Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. It was the summer of 1995, and I still get chills thinking about that night. I was just a teenager then, hanging out with a small group of close friends by a lake near Cedar Creek, Florida. We'd decided to camp out there, hoping to enjoy a weekend away before we all went our separate ways. The spot wasn't too far from some old woods that had a bit of local folklore attached to them. You know, the kind of stories people tell around a bonfire, usually after a few cheap beers. We'd spent most of the afternoon just messing around, roasting marshmallows, laughing, making dumb jokes that only make sense when you're young and carefree. I remember feeling happy and safe, like we were just kids playing adults for a couple of days. As the evening rolled in, we settled around the fire. The moon was full enough to reflect on the lake's surface, giving the whole place a pale glow. It was calm, and that was one of the things I loved about being out there. No cars, no streetlights, just the quiet hum of nature. But at some point, maybe a couple of hours after sunset, that peaceful vibe cracked. We heard this noise, like a deep, rumbling thud in the distance. It was so out of place that all of us went silent at the same time. It didn't sound like a normal forest noise. It was heavier, deeper, more resonant than any animal I'd heard before. One of my friends joked it was just a fat bear falling off a log or something stupid like that. But even then, we were all on edge. We tried to laugh it off, but I could feel the tension creeping in. The forest around the lake suddenly seemed darker. The shadows got weird, and we became way too aware of every rustle in the underbrush. Finally, curiosity got the better of us. We grabbed our flashlights and headed into the trees, telling ourselves we just wanted to see if there was some harmless explanation, maybe a fallen branch or a big deer darting through. Anything that would let us breathe easier. As we walked deeper into the woods, the usual sounds you'd expect, crickets, frogs, distant hoots, just vanished. It was this thick, uncomfortable silence that made my stomach tighten. Then we found these prints on the ground. They were huge. I'm not talking about a large shoe size. These were massive impressions in the dirt, wider and longer than any human foot I'd ever seen. The edges were rough, the toes, if that's what they were, indented deep. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe a bear, maybe something else. But I'd seen bear tracks before. These looked different, like a man's foot but scaled up impossibly. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but I could see it on everyone's face. We all thought of those local legends about a big, hairy creature stalking the woods. We pressed on, not sure if we were being brave or just stupid. The flashlight beams cut through the trees, but the darkness between them seemed thicker than normal, like it was pressing in on us. That's when I saw it first. A shape ahead, tall and broad, moving between the trunks. At first I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks. But then it came into view, a hulking figure covered in what looked like dark, matted hair, towering over us by at least 2 feet, maybe more. I couldn't believe how fast it moved. It wasn't lumbering or sluggish. It slipped between the trees smoothly, almost silently, except for these strange grunts that sounded low and vibrating in my chest. Someone behind me gasped, and the sound seemed to trigger the thing. It stepped closer into the dim light of our flashlights, and I swear I saw its face, sort of a weird mix of ape-like features, but somehow more human than I ever expected. Before I could even fully process what I was seeing, it made this noise, somewhere between a roar and a bark, and it was so loud and powerful that I actually felt my legs weaken. Every hair on my body stood up. I remember my friend behind me whispering, "Holy shit," under his breath, and that was enough to snap us into action. We turned and ran. Not the smartest move, I guess, but what else could we do? My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. I was stumbling over roots and branches, terrified that if I looked back, I'd see that thing right behind me. We made it back to the camp in a frantic rush, knocking over a folding chair and nearly tripping on our own tent lines. We huddled near the dying fire, breathing heavily, shining our flashlights into the blackness beyond the tents, trying to keep the circle of light steady. We didn't know what to do. Should we pack up and leave immediately? Should we call for help? Remember, this was 95. No cell phones, no quick call to the cops. We just had each other, some flashlights, and a feeling that we were way out of our depth. As we were debating what to do next, the creature made itself known again. We heard branches snap, and then this heavy breathing sound that was getting closer. We formed a sort of defensive ring, though we had nothing more than a pocket knife and a tent pole between us. I felt completely helpless. That's when a shot rang out. The crack of a rifle or shotgun echoed through the trees, and for a second I felt my heart jump into my throat. I saw a figure moving toward us from the darkness on the opposite side of the camp. It was an older man, must have been in his late 60s, wearing muddy boots and a faded flannel shirt. He held a shotgun in his hands, not exactly aiming at us, but at the trees behind us. He didn't say much at first, just motioned for us to stay put. Before we could even ask who he was, he fired another shot into the air. The blast made my ears ring, but it seemed to spook the creature. I heard it howl, this awful guttural sound, and then the crashing of branches as it retreated. The old man finally spoke, his voice low but urgent. He said something like, "You kids shouldn't be out here." He didn't give us a name at first, but later I heard someone call him Harland. I have no idea where he came from. Maybe he lived somewhere deeper in those woods, or he'd been nearby for some reason. He told us he knew about it, that he'd heard stories and seen hints of something living out there for years. He said that usually it kept its distance, but every now and then it got bold or curious. He mentioned it had stolen game from hunters' traps, scared off a few hikers in the past, but rarely showed itself so clearly. We didn't know what to believe. I mean, we'd just seen it. It felt insane that we were standing there, a bunch of panicked teenagers and an old guy with a shotgun, talking about a creature that wasn't supposed to exist. But it felt real. My hands were still shaking, and I could barely keep my voice steady. Harlan told us to stay together and not wander off. He hung around for a while, making sure the thing didn't come back. Eventually, when the sky started to lighten, we took his advice and just got out of there. We packed up in record time, still glancing over our shoulders every few seconds. I could feel the old man's eyes on us as we left, but I was too rattled to say much more than thank you. We never went back. None of us could explain what we saw. We had a few blurry photos from a disposable camera, but they were nothing special, just dark shapes and eyeshine that could have been anything. Honestly, I don't show them to many people, because I know how it sounds. It sounds like a stupid campfire story, but it wasn't. We all felt the weight of it afterward. It wasn't just about seeing something strange. It was about feeling hunted, feeling like we'd crossed a line into a world that didn't want us there. To this day, I don't know what that creature was. I can still picture its silhouette against the trees, the way the flashlight beam glanced off its fur, the way it moved with an unsettling confidence. I can still feel that moment when we realized we weren't just dealing with a normal animal. Something else was out there. And after that night, I never looked at those woods the same way again. I haven't camped there since. I don't think any of us did. It's one of those memories that just sits with you, a weird knot of fear and curiosity that never really goes away. And I guess that's it. I still don't have answers. It just happened, then stopped, and life moved on. But I remember. I remember every damn detail. Story 2. I remember that morning back in late August 2023 when I decided I'd had enough of the city stress. I just couldn't handle the noise, the deadlines, the cramped apartment. So I packed up my old pickup, threw in a small cooler with a few sandwiches, a canteen of coffee, grabbed my fishing gear, and headed straight out to Meadow Falls. It's a place in California that's pretty remote, surrounded by these tall pines and a small creek that runs clear and cold. My wife always joked that I was taking a vacation in the green hell because I liked getting so far away from anything resembling modern life. But for me, that was the whole point. No phone signal, no traffic, just the smell of pine needles and the quiet rush of water over stones. The day was warm, but not hot. The sky was a crisp blue, and I felt this deep sense of calm as I parked my truck in a clearing I'd found on a map weeks before. It was the kind of spot where you don't see anyone else for hours, sometimes days. I grabbed my rod and tackle box, walked down to the creek, and settled on a smooth rock near the bank. The water looked so clear I could see the small fish drifting around in gentle currents. I poured myself a bit of coffee and just listened. No distant hum of highways, no blaring horns, just the occasional breeze shushing through the needles above. I don't know how long I sat there, lying in the water, waiting for a bite that never came. Honestly, I didn't care if I caught anything. I was there to unwind. But at some point, I felt something odd. You know that prickly feeling when you realize you're not alone. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting maybe a deer or a bear. Something natural. But what I saw made my heart pound in my ears. It was standing between the trees, maybe 50 yards behind me. I can't say exactly how tall it was, but it looked massive. It was covered in dark, thick hair, not like a bear's fur, more like a tangle of long hair that moved slightly with the breeze. Its body shape was wrong for a bear. Its shoulders were too broad, its stance too upright. It just stood there, not growling, not making any real noise that I could hear. But I could feel it watching me, studying me. The shape of its face wasn't clear from that distance, but I could see a hint of a brow, something like a dark silhouette of a large human figure, just bigger, bulkier, and so eerily silent. I stared, frozen, not sure what to do. I didn't even think to reach for my camera at first. My mind was too busy trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Could it be a person? A really tall guy in a ghillie suit or some kind of weird outfit? That didn't make sense. Who'd be out here pulling that kind of stunt? And I know what a bear looks like. I've seen them around campgrounds and on some of my hikes. Bears shuffle on all fours. This thing stood like a person, just much larger and hairier, and it barely seemed to move, just shifting weight from one leg to another. Before I could do anything, before I even got the nerve to pick up my phone, this thing turned and slipped behind the trees. And I mean slipped. It moved so quietly and fluidly that I barely caught the motion. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. No snapping branches, no heavy footsteps, nothing. It just vanished into that thick wall of green and brown, leaving me alone again with the sound of the creek. I should have left right then, but I kept sitting there, telling myself I was seeing things. Maybe I was tired, maybe it was a trick of the light. But after a few minutes, my nerves got the best of me. I reeled in my line and headed back toward my truck. I can't say I felt safe. I kept spinning around, scanning the tree line, half expecting to see it again. But nothing. When I got to the clearing, I noticed something that twisted my stomach into knots. The ground around my truck, this soft, dusty patch of earth, had these huge footprints pressed into it. They were wide, longer than my own boot prints, and had this odd shape. They weren't like human footprints I've ever seen, and not paw prints either. They looked like giant bare feet, but broader, with toes that left slightly rounded impressions. If I had to guess, each one was at least twice the length of my own footprint. The weird thing is, I didn't notice them when I parked. It was like something had wandered around my truck while I was down at the creek, as if it was checking out my vehicle, maybe even my scent. My heart was racing. I felt vulnerable in a way I never had out in nature. I'm used to wildlife, bears, cougars, even snakes. I respect them, and I know how to behave if I encounter them. But this was something else, something I didn't have a rule book for. I shoved my gear into the truck bed and got in the driver's seat as fast as I could. My hands were shaky. I remember fumbling the keys, looking around, half expecting that thing's face to appear in the side mirror or something awful like that. I started the engine and pulled out onto that old dirt road. Dust kicked up behind me as I tried to put distance between myself and that place. I didn't even look back. Every time my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, I just saw trees whipping by, sunlight slanting through the pines, and nothing else. But that feeling of being watched stuck with me. Even as I got onto a paved road, I couldn't shake it. My body felt tense, every muscle coiled. I drove until I hit this small roadside diner. I figured I needed to calm down, maybe get some more coffee, even though my hands were trembling enough as it was. When I walked in, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. The waitress asked if I was all right, and I said I was just tired. I sipped a cup of coffee, but my stomach felt too sour to finish it. It's weird, but even being inside a building with other people around, I still felt that lingering fear, like I had escaped something I can't even name. What the hell did I see out there? A bear standing on its hind legs doesn't linger that long, doesn't move like that. And those footprints. I wish I'd taken a picture, but I was too scared, too freaked out to think straight. The memory of them still bothers me. They were too well-defined, too deliberate. And how did something that big move so quietly through a forest floor, covered in twigs and dry leaves? After I left the diner, I drove home in a sort of daze. I didn't tell my wife much that evening, just said the trip was weird and that I didn't catch anything. She could tell something was off. My mind kept replaying that moment by the creek, the shape between the trees, the feeling that I was trespassing on something's territory. The strangest part is that none of it makes sense to me, not then and not now. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a huge, oddly shaped person who got lost. But what about those footprints? No shoes, no boots, just massive impressions in the dirt, and the silence it moved with. That's what gets me most, I think. There should have been noise, branches snapping, leaves crunching, but there wasn't. It's not like I was out there looking for monsters. I just wanted a quiet day to clear my head. Instead, I came back with a memory that still messes me up whenever I think too hard about it. I never went back to that exact spot. I have no proof of anything, no photo, no plaster cast of footprints, nothing that would convince anyone. But I know what I saw, or at least what I think I saw. Even now, I still feel uneasy imagining that thing watching me from behind the pines. It's like a part of me left that forest changed, like I'm carrying around a secret that I can't really explain. It's been a while since that happened, but I still get chills when I think about it. I guess all I can say is that I saw something that day, something big, hairy, and too human-like to be a bear. And I left that place feeling more unsettled than I ever have in my life. I still don't know what to make of it, and maybe I never will. It just happened, and then life went on, but that image is burned into my mind forever. Story 3. I remember it was late summer of 2019, and I'd taken a few days off work to escape the noise of my life back in town. I had this plan: drive out near Ape Canyon by Timber Creek in Washington, find a quiet little spot I'd heard about, and spend a day fishing. I wanted silence, maybe catch a few trout, just recharge my head. I arrived early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, and parked my truck off a dirt road that barely deserved the name. I had a decent map, some basic supplies, and my fishing gear. It felt good to be out there. No phones ringing, no traffic, just that deep green hush of the forest. The place was gorgeous. Tall trees with thick trunks, mossy ground that felt like walking on old carpet. And the creek was exactly what I needed. Clear water, the kind you can see straight through to the pebbles at the bottom. The early hours went by easy. I caught a couple of small trout, nothing huge, but that's never really the point for me. I like the stillness, the feeling of just existing out there. At some point around midday, I noticed something subtle had changed. The forest felt quieter, not just quieter, almost dead silent. No bird calls, no rustling. It was like someone pressed a mute button. I tried to brush it off at first. Animals have their rhythms. Maybe I was just between the morning and evening chorus. But it put me on edge. You don't realize how much you rely on those background sounds until they're just gone. I decided to move upstream. There was a faint trail I'd spotted on the way in, barely noticeable, a kind of narrow path hidden by ferns and thick underbrush. I thought maybe I'd find a better spot where the creek widened or a deeper pool where bigger fish might lurk. I had time, so why not explore a little? As I followed this trail, I started seeing odd signs. Broken branches, not the kind snapped off by wind, but bent at weird angles, higher than I could reach. Then, the footprints. There were these huge impressions by the water's edge, like a person's footprint but massive, maybe twice the length of my own foot, deep in the soil. They were too clear to be just a trick of erosion, and they weren't shaped like a bear's paw print. They looked human, but not human. I tried to laugh it off in my head. Maybe some prank, or a big guy with weird boots. I kept moving, though my gut told me to turn around. After a few more minutes, I heard something heavy moving in the woods, not too far ahead. At first, I caught glimpses through the foliage, just a shape, large and dark, taller than anyone I'd ever seen. It stood upright, but with this hulking posture, broad shoulders, covered in dark hair or fur, and it moved so smoothly through the trees that it almost seemed to vanish when I blinked. I froze. I remember feeling my heart pounding in my throat. I wanted to back away, but I was afraid that sudden movement would draw its attention. Then I heard a sound that's hard to describe, a deep, guttural noise, something like a grunt, maybe a warning. It didn't sound like a known animal. It was low and rumbled in my chest. I was terrified. This wasn't some black bear. Bears move differently. They make different sounds. And I've seen plenty of wildlife before. Nothing matched this. I tried to keep my breathing quiet and slow. I remember the taste of my own sweat trickling down my face. After a moment, I noticed the thing's head turning slightly, like it was looking straight at me through the leaves. I swear we locked eyes. Well, I couldn't see the eyes clearly, but I felt them. I felt that presence, like it was studying me. I didn't know if I should scream, run, or just stay perfectly still. I had my rod and a small fishing knife, that was it. There was no chance I'd outrun something like that if it decided to chase me. So I started slowly backing up, step by careful step, trying not to make noise. The forest floor felt loud under my boots. Every twig snap felt like a gunshot. I kept my eyes in the direction where I'd seen it, trying to track its shape. I could still make out some of its outline, blending with the shadows between the trees. As I moved back along the trail, I caught flashes of it moving too, always staying just out of full sight. Sometimes I'd only see the sway of branches or hear a soft thump of something heavy touching the ground. It was following me, pacing me at a distance, never coming fully into view, but never leaving either. I eventually reached a slightly more open area near where I'd come from. The silence was suffocating. I felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. I tried to pick up my pace, walking faster but not breaking into a run. I knew where my truck was, roughly, and I wanted to get there without losing my sense of direction. My head kept spinning. What the hell was I dealing with? Some kind of undiscovered animal? A person in a costume? But no, there was a smell too, almost like wet fur and damp earth. Something wild, not a mere prankster in a suit. I don't remember how long it took, but after a while I realized the presence had faded. I stopped hearing branches snap. I dared to glance back, but I saw nothing. Just empty woods, still too quiet. I kept going, not wanting to test my luck. When I finally got back to the spot where I'd initially started fishing, everything felt different. I grabbed my few belongings, didn't even bother to properly organize them. My hands shook as I stuffed my gear into my bag. The trout I'd caught earlier were still on a makeshift stringer, and I left them behind. I didn't care. I just wanted out of there. Hiking back to my truck felt like an eternity. Every few yards I'd stop and listen, half expecting that low grunt to echo again, or a massive shape to appear behind a tree. But it never did. By the time I threw my stuff into the passenger seat and turned the engine over, I could barely feel my legs. I took the rough road back, not even bothering to check my rearview mirror until I was well away from that place. I never told anyone official about this. What would I say? I saw something huge and hairy that stared me down in the woods. No one would believe me, and I didn't have any proof. Just my own memory of footprints and that horrifying feeling of being watched. I never went back to that exact creek. Hell, I've kept my fishing trips closer to more populated areas ever since. My mind still replays that day sometimes, and I get goosebumps just thinking about that silence and that shape moving in the trees. I don't know what I saw. I can't explain it. People talk about Bigfoot or Sasquatch like it's a joke or a tourist gimmick. I always thought it was nonsense too, until that afternoon in 2019. All I know is that something was out there, something that didn't belong on any wildlife chart I've ever seen. I left, and it didn't follow me back to civilization, but the memory follows me still. And I still can't shake the feeling that whatever it was knew I didn't belong there either. Story 4. I remember it so clearly, even though it's been a few years. It was back in 2019, and I had just rented this small cabin near Pine Grove, Washington. I was coming off a rough patch in my personal life and needed some quiet, so I figured a remote spot in the woods would do me good. The cabin was simple, old wooden walls, a stone fireplace. It felt like a place where you could hear yourself think again. I arrived in the late morning. The sun was out, and there was this gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and old pine needles. After unloading my stuff, I spent some time putting my clothes away in the tiny dresser, getting a fire started, and flipping through some random paperback I found on the shelf. I can't even remember the title. The day felt peaceful, like a clean slate. By mid-afternoon, I was itching to explore the area around the cabin. It was my first day there, and I wanted to get a sense of the place. There was a narrow trail leading into the woods. Everything seemed normal at first, just trees, ferns, a carpet of wet leaves, the kind of setting where you'd expect to see squirrels darting around, maybe birds fluttering from branch to branch. But that's not what I found. After walking maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I started noticing how quiet it was. Not just quiet, dead silent. No birds, no distant rustling. It was as if the whole forest had gone mute. I got this uneasy feeling, like that subtle tightening in your chest when something's off, even if you can't put your finger on it. I remember stopping and listening, trying to pick up any sound at all, and getting absolutely nothing. That's when I spotted these footprints. They were in a patch of damp soil, half hidden by some fallen leaves. They were huge, much larger than any human foot I'd ever seen. I'm not talking about a big guy's footprint. I'm talking about something that looked easily twice as large as a normal human foot, broad and deep in the earth. I bent down to take a closer look, pushing the leaves aside. The shape was somewhat human-like, but definitely not a bear's paw and not any animal track I recognized. I'm no expert, but this was just off. My heart started to beat faster. I told myself it was probably a trick of my eyes or maybe an odd shape left by some combination of natural forces. But I knew I was kidding myself. Those were footprints, plain and simple, and they didn't belong to any regular creature. I decided to keep moving, but I walked slower and more carefully. There was a point where the trail dipped a bit, and I swear I felt something watching me. You know that prickly sensation at the back of your neck? That feeling like someone's got their eyes on you, even if you can't see them. I felt it strong. I turned around a few times, scanning the trees, but I didn't see anything unusual, just trunks and branches, patches of green moss, a few sunbeams cutting through the canopy. Then I caught a glimpse of something dark moving between the trees. It was far off, maybe 50 yards away. My first thought was that it was a person, maybe another hiker wearing dark clothing. But as I tried to focus, I realized it was too tall, too broad, and it moved in a way that made my stomach drop. It wasn't lumbering like a bear. It was quick, but silent, like it knew how not to be heard. I saw it for just a moment. Tall, covered in what looked like dark hair, its body muscular and strange, the head slightly pointed. It felt like it was trying to remain hidden, observing me from behind the thick trunks. I froze. My first instinct was to run, but I forced myself not to bolt. I thought maybe I should slowly head back to the cabin and lock the door. My pulse was hammering as I took a cautious step backward. At that moment, I heard a branch snap somewhere behind me. It sounded deliberate, not like a random fall. I turned, panicked, but I didn't see anything there. When I looked back to where I had spotted that shape, it was gone. I started to retreat along the trail, moving as quietly as I could, trying not to make noise. Every little sound, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the rustle of my jacket, felt painfully loud. I reached a point where I could see the clearing beyond the trees and the shape of the cabin's roof. Relief washed over me, but it was tinged with an intense fear. I could still feel eyes on me, that strange pressure, that silence that didn't belong. Back inside the cabin, I locked the door immediately. Then I locked the windows too, even though they were old and flimsy, and I knew a determined person or thing could get in if it really wanted to. I turned on all the lights. It was still daylight outside, but I needed the feeling of safety that light can sometimes bring. My hands were shaking as I tried to calm myself down. I kept thinking, maybe I just saw some weird hermit living in the woods. Maybe it was all in my head. But I couldn't forget the way it moved, and those footprints. As evening fell, I tried to busy myself with anything, reading random pages of that paperback, boiling some water for tea, even humming to myself, to block out the silence. After a while, it started getting dark. The forest outside turned into a shapeless mass. Every noise made me jump, and I realized that I could no longer hear the birds or even the insects. That silence was back, thick and unnatural. Then I heard it. Heavy footsteps outside, circling the cabin. They weren't frantic. They were slow, deliberate, like something was walking around, taking its time, almost as if it were patrolling the perimeter. My heart dropped into my stomach. I crept to the window and looked out, just a crack between the curtain and the frame. I couldn't see much, just dark shapes of trees and the outline of the porch. But I heard a low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, but definitely not the wind. It sounded like something big, breathing heavily, maybe even grumbling to itself. I stood there, paralyzed, listening to whatever was outside. Once or twice, I thought I saw movement between the trees, a tall outline stepping in and out of view. I tried to call myself stupid, tried to say it was just my imagination, but my gut knew better. Something was definitely out there, and it was bigger than any person I'd ever met. My body felt cold, and my mind was racing through what-ifs. What if it tried to break in? What if it just waited out there until I had no choice but to leave? At one point, I considered rushing out to my car and driving off, but that would mean stepping outside. No way. I just stayed inside, listening to those footsteps. Time seemed to stretch. I don't know how long I stood there shaking, heart pounding. It might have been minutes or hours. It all blurred together. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. I waited, barely breathing for any hint of movement, but everything went still and silent again. I don't remember how I finally managed to fall asleep. I think I was just so exhausted from fear and tension that I passed out in the armchair with a flashlight in my hand. The next morning, when I woke up, the sun was already out. I didn't hear anything strange outside. I decided I wasn't going to stay there another second. I packed my things in record time, loaded my car, and left that cabin. Driving down the dirt road toward Pine Grove, I caught myself constantly checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something hulking at the edge of the forest. I never told many people about what happened. Those I did tell mostly laughed it off or gave me these awkward looks. They probably thought I was stressed, seeing things that weren't there. But I know what I felt out there, what I heard, and the shape I saw. Those footprints were real, and so was that silence, like the whole forest was holding its breath. Even now, I can't explain it. Part of me wants to write it off as my imagination running wild, a stress-induced hallucination. But I know deep down that I saw something that doesn't fit neatly into what we know. I never went back to that cabin. I don't think I ever will. And I still get chills when I think about those heavy footsteps outside, pacing in the dark, as if deciding what to do with me. It still makes the hair on my arms stand up just remembering it. I left that place with the unsettling feeling that the world is stranger and more dangerous than I ever realized. Story 5. I remember it was late summer of 1998, when I drove out to the Allegheny National Forest area near a small town called Briarwood in Pennsylvania. I hadn't seen Avery in years. We'd planned this little getaway for weeks, just the two of us, catching up in this old family cabin he kept mentioning. He swore it would remind us of the old times when we'd go hiking and fishing. I was excited to break free from my daily routine and just have a quiet weekend. Maybe crack open a few beers and talk about where our lives had taken us since we last hung out. The cabin was pretty remote, just off a dirt road that branched out from a barely marked highway. It was getting late in the afternoon by the time I arrived. The place was simple, almost too rustic for my taste, but I kind of liked that about it. The windows were small, the furniture was old but sturdy, and it smelled slightly of old wood and damp earth. I opened a couple of dusty curtains to let some light in and waited for Avery. The sun was sinking low, and the light had that warm, filtered quality as it came through the trees. There was this soothing hush in the air. It felt like a good place to relax. But I noticed something odd, even before Avery arrived. The woods were quiet, a bit too quiet. I've camped before, and usually you hear all sorts of things. Birds, insects, small animals. This time, I got this weird sensation that the forest was holding its breath. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just not used to the place. After all, it had been a long drive and I was tired. Just before dusk, Avery finally showed up. We greeted each other and talked near the front door. We'd barely started catching up when suddenly there was this loud noise outside, something heavy hitting the ground or maybe a thick branch snapping. It didn't sound like a regular forest noise. It was sharp and resonant, like something huge had dropped right behind the cabin wall. We both froze and looked at each other, confused. Avery grabbed a flashlight and I followed his lead. I remember thinking it might be a deer messing around or maybe a bear knocking something over, but I wasn't convinced. The sound was bigger than that somehow. We stepped outside, flashlights in hand. The light was fading fast, and as we shone our beams around, we caught sight of these enormous footprints in the soft ground. I'm not talking about bear prints or anything you'd expect out here. These were huge, human-like footprints, too wide, too long, and too deep in the soil. The stride was enormous, far bigger than any man could manage. I'm not an expert tracker, but you can guess a lot just by looking. Whatever made these prints was heavy and walked on two legs. I could see the imprints of toes, like giant human toes, not claws. It gave me this sick feeling in my stomach because I couldn't rationalize what I was seeing. Avery didn't say much. We just followed those prints a short way, careful not to get lost. We tried to keep a reasonable distance, as if we might find some animal. But who were we kidding? This thing was not something we were prepared to deal with. After walking maybe 100 feet into the tree line, we stopped when we caught a glimpse of something moving between the trunks. I still get chills just thinking about it. There was this dark, towering figure, clearly on two legs, with broad shoulders and a thick, hairy body. It wasn't shaped like a bear. Bears are bulky in a different way, and they don't stand that tall for that long. This thing seemed comfortable standing upright, moving slowly but deliberately. It was at least 7, maybe 8 feet tall. We tried to stay silent, but my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. It turned its head toward us at one point. I caught a glint of something, maybe its eye catching the glow of our flashlights. That's when Avery made a small sound, a gasp or something, and the creature shifted its weight. I swear it looked straight at us. It didn't run away. It just stood there, and I felt like we were being judged or sized up. My body went cold. I wanted to move, but fear pinned me to the spot. We didn't belong there. Eventually, it kind of stepped back into the deeper shadows, disappearing behind thick trunks and brush. That's when we decided we had to go. We were idiots to even follow those prints. I didn't want to provoke whatever it was. Back at the cabin, we locked the doors and tried to barricade the windows. We only had a couple of lanterns and some flashlights, and the cabin's electrical system was spotty at best. We kept our voices low, practically whispering, because making noise felt like a dangerous thing to do. The silence outside was intense, but occasionally we'd hear these heavy footsteps circling around, twigs snapping, and now and then a low, deep grunt that felt like it vibrated in my chest. We had a rifle Avery brought for safety, but neither of us wanted to use it. We didn't even know what we'd be shooting at. Shooting at something you can't understand feels like the last stupid move before a tragedy. At some point, I stood by the window, keeping the lantern low. I saw a large silhouette pass right by the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see details, just a tall, hunched figure moving smoothly through the darkness. No crashing through bushes, no frantic movements, just silent, deliberate pacing. It was circling us. I remember whispering to Avery, "It knows we're here. It's watching us." He just nodded, breathing fast but trying to keep calm. For hours it felt like a standoff. We were trapped inside, too terrified to leave, and that thing, whatever it was, seemed content to keep us there. Occasionally it would break a branch or push against the cabin wall, making these horrible scraping sounds. I kept feeling like it was testing us, seeing if we'd make a run for it. A few times I thought I heard more than one set of footsteps, like maybe there were 2 of them, but I can't be sure. My nerves might have been playing tricks on me. We barely slept. Honestly, I don't think I slept at all. I spent the night flinching at every sound. I remember how every small noise from inside the cabin, a creak in the floorboards, my own breathing, felt deafening. The hours crawled by at a painfully slow pace. I kept thinking about what I'd tell someone if I got out of this. Would anyone believe me? Would I sound like some nut claiming to have seen Bigfoot or something like that? When the first hint of morning light started filtering in through the small window, the noises outside began to die down. I forced myself to peek outside again. The woods looked the same as ever, except for some broken branches and those huge footprints around the clearing. The creature, if it was still out there, had gone quiet. We both decided to leave as soon as possible. We grabbed what we could, hurried to the car, and took off. I was shaking the whole drive back to town. We tried to tell a couple of people in Briarwood, but their faces said it all. They thought we were either joking or maybe had a run-in with a bear and got spooked. We didn't have any solid proof, just our memories and those terrifying sounds echoing in our heads. No scratches on us, no photos, no tufts of fur, just footprints and fear. Eventually, we stopped trying to convince people. It seemed pointless. I never went back to that cabin. I never saw Avery try to return either. We stayed in touch a little after that, but we mostly avoided talking about what happened. It still freaks me out to think about it. I have no explanation. All I know is that we saw something that shouldn't be real, something that made me feel small and vulnerable. That thing, that presence in the woods, it was just beyond anything I'd ever known to exist. To this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about those eyes watching us, that heavy breathing, those massive footprints in the soft forest floor. I can't explain it, but it happened, and I doubt I'll ever really understand what was out there. It's just something that happened and ended without any clear reason, leaving me with more questions than answers. I've since learned to keep my mouth shut about it. People can think what they want. I know what I saw, and I know I'm never setting foot near that forest again. Story 6. I still remember that day in 2017 like it just happened yesterday. I had driven out to a spot not too far from Big Bend National Park, a place I'd found on an old map and had been meaning to try for a long time. Back home in Nacogdoches, Texas, I'd fished in all sorts of conditions since I was a kid, but I'd never gone somewhere quite this remote. That was the whole point, really. Test my luck where I knew almost nobody else would be. Just me, a cheap folding knife, a few pieces of bait, and my rod. The plan was simple. Get out there early, spend the day alone, and maybe come home with a decent catch. I got there before the sun was fully up. It was cold at first. You know that dry desert cold, where the air just sits in your lungs like dust. But I knew it'd get hot later. The terrain was rough, lots of scrub brush, jagged rocks, and patches of dry, cracked earth. The kind of place where you feel completely separated from everything. There was this river winding through the landscape, not too wide, but deep enough in places to hide some decent fish. I set up a spot where I could prop my rod and wait, just listening to the running water. The first couple of hours were quiet. I mean, really quiet. At first I liked that. I've always enjoyed the silence out there, especially away from people. No car engines, no distant hum of anything, just the wind and the water. But after a while I realized something else. I wasn't hearing any wildlife. It struck me because usually, even in the emptiest patches of the desert, you catch a sound or two. Coyotes yapping somewhere far off, hawks overhead, maybe some insects buzzing around. But that morning, nothing. Not a single bird, not even a cricket. It was like everything had cleared out. I started feeling uneasy without really understanding why. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I swear the air got heavier. Still, I kept fishing. I'd come out here to relax after all. I told myself maybe it was a natural lull, some part of the day when critters go quiet. But that silence nagged at me. I found myself scanning the scrub and rocks behind me more often than I should have, just expecting something to pop out. At one point, I remember the wind shifted, and I picked up this scent I can only describe as rotten. Not like a dead animal exactly, but more like damp, decaying vegetation mixed with a sweaty, musky smell. It was faint, but it got under my skin. I stood up and turned around, looking at the line of shrubs and twisted trees behind me. Nothing obvious. I tried to focus back on the water, but I couldn't shake this feeling that something was watching me. Then I heard it. A low, steady, almost rhythmic sound. Not a growl exactly. More like a deep, heavy breathing, or maybe something hitting the ground softly in a pattern. I can't say for sure. It was too low to tell what was causing it, but it was close enough to raise the hair on my neck. I gripped my knife, feeling a bit silly about it, but also not wanting to be unprepared. Slowly, I moved a few feet away from the water, pushing aside some dry branches to see past them. The area behind me was a mix of rock formations and patches of brush. And that's when I saw it. Some kind of huge figure slipping behind a group of stunted trees. It was tall, taller than any man I'd ever seen, and covered in dark, shaggy hair. I couldn't see its face clearly, just the outline of its head and shoulders as it moved between the trees. Whatever it was built like a wall of muscle. My heart started pounding so hard I thought it'd jump out of my chest. I'd heard stories, but I'd never really bought into them. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. I always thought those were just tales, people seeing bears on their hind legs or something like that. But this didn't move like a bear. It moved way too smoothly, too deliberately, and it stood up too straight. Its silhouette didn't match any animal I knew. It was like a giant human figure but covered in thick, dark fur. I wanted to run, but I also didn't want to startle it. So I tried stepping backwards very slowly, hardly breathing. The entire place seemed to hold still. No wind, no water sounds in that second. Nothing. Just me and that thing I couldn't fully see. As I took another step back, it shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its profile, long arms, a broad chest, and this kind of hunched neck. I could see it turn its head toward me, just barely. And then I heard a deep, guttural grunt. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated inside my chest. It was like a warning. In that moment, I knew I was way out of my league. I had a knife and a fishing rod, and this thing was easily twice my weight, probably 3 times. I tried not to look it directly in the eyes, although I couldn't really see them clearly. Just tried to keep it in my peripheral vision. I didn't want to provoke it. I kept moving back, step by step, until I managed to get behind a rock outcropping. I could still sense it there, on the other side, waiting. After maybe a minute of standing frozen, I realized I needed to get my stuff and get out, but I had to do it carefully. The creature had moved, but I didn't know where. I got low and quietly made my way back to where my gear was set up near the water. Every few seconds I stopped to listen. That smell was still there, but fainter, and I couldn't hear that strange breathing sound anymore. Still no birds, no insects, just my own heart thudding in my ears. I grabbed my small pack and started putting my things away, slow and steady. I didn't want any clanking or rustling. I took my time, folding the line, wrapping it around my rod. The whole time, I expected to hear it rush at me from behind, but it didn't. After another minute or two, I turned to leave and saw the faint movement near the trees again. The figure was there, half hidden by the shadows, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, even if I couldn't see them clearly. I raised my hand slightly, palm out, as if to say, "I'm leaving. I'm not a threat." I have no idea if it understood the gesture, but it didn't chase me. It just stood there, massive and silent. I started walking back toward my truck, which was parked a good distance away. The path wasn't easy, lots of rocks and uneven ground, so I had to keep looking down, but I tried not to lose track of where it was. I glanced over my shoulder every few steps, and it was always there, just standing and staring. It followed me with its gaze for a while, then vanished behind the brush. I don't know if it left or just kept out of sight, but I didn't see it again. The whole walk back, I felt like my senses were on overdrive. Every crack of a twig, every shift in the wind made me jump. But the silence remained. Not a single animal sound. It was as if the entire area had cleared out to make room for that thing. I've never felt such a primal kind of fear in my life. Not panic exactly, but a sense of being completely out of place, like I'd stepped into a part of the world I wasn't meant to see. When I got to my truck, I half expected it to appear again, looming over the hood or something. But there was nothing, just that open desert and distant ridges. I hopped in and drove off, trying to keep it together. A few miles down the dusty back roads, I stopped and tried to calm myself. I remember just sitting there, engine running, doors locked, thinking about what the hell I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to laugh it off as a trick of the light, maybe a large man in a fur coat, some kind of bizarre joke. But I knew that wasn't it. Back in town, I told only one friend. He looked at me like he didn't know what to say. He didn't call me crazy, but I could see he wasn't sure what to believe. Who would believe me? I didn't have any pictures or proof. I didn't have a plaster cast of some giant footprint. Just my word. I never went back to that spot. Since then, I've stuck to more familiar areas when I fish, places where I've seen people before. I still think about that encounter sometimes. I can't explain it, and I'm not even sure I want to. The memory is enough to remind me there are things out there we don't fully understand. That's what scares me the most. It wasn't aggressive, it just existed quietly, outside of what I thought I knew. It made me realize how fragile we are when we're alone, how little control we truly have out in the wild. I don't know what I saw that day, and I guess I never will. It didn't hurt me, didn't chase me, didn't try to scare me off with any big display. It just made its presence known, watched me pack up and leave. And the strangest thing is, after that day, I've never experienced silence like that again. Everywhere else I fish, I hear birds, insects, the usual background noise. But in that one spot, on that one morning, it was just me and something I can't explain. It felt like crossing a line I wasn't supposed to cross, and once I stepped back over it, things went right back to normal. Nothing ever came of it, and I've got nothing more to show than my own memory. But trust me when I say that memory is more than enough. Story 7. I still remember that day in 1998 like it was yesterday. Back then, my life was in this weird place. My relationship was falling apart, work was stressing me out, and I just needed to get away. That's why I rented this small cabin near Cascade Mountain, close to a little town called Cascade Falls in Washington. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a few days to clear my head and breathe some fresh mountain air. The cabin itself was pretty basic, nothing modern, just 4 walls, a bed, a simple kitchen area, and a fireplace. Outside, there was this dense forest that seemed to go on forever, and the only sound I could hear when I first arrived was the gentle rush of a nearby creek and the wind slipping through the pines. It felt nice, honestly. I remember getting there that morning, unloading my bag, and thinking to myself, this might actually help me calm down. During the day, I tried to keep myself busy and distract my mind from all the crap going on back home. I picked up sticks for the fireplace, walked a small trail I found behind the cabin, and just took in the scenery. The sun was out, but it wasn't warm, just that crisp, cool mountain air that clears your head. I barely saw any wildlife, just a few birds and maybe a squirrel, which surprised me, considering how deep in the woods I was. But I didn't think much of it. It just felt quiet, calm. The kind of quiet that makes you forget your troubles for a while. But as the afternoon wore on, something started to feel off. The silence of the forest, which had seemed so peaceful, started to feel heavy. It was like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's the best way I can describe it. I noticed at one point that the usual ambient sounds, birds, small critters rustling in the brush, had all stopped. It was just dead silence. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe I just wasn't paying attention, or maybe it was normal in these parts. Before heading back inside the cabin, I circled around to collect a few more branches for the fireplace. That's when I spotted something that made my stomach twist. There, in the soft ground, were these huge footprints. I'm not talking about slightly large or just a bit bigger than mine. I mean huge, way longer and wider than any human foot. The shape was kind of like a human's, but bulkier, with a weird spacing of the toes. The prints were spaced apart, as if whatever made them took massive strides. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a bear. But I'd seen bear tracks before when I was a kid with my dad, and they never looked like this. The toes were too defined, too human-like, just oversized. I felt this creeping unease crawl up my spine. I wasn't expecting to find anything like that. I remember standing there trying to steady my breathing and telling myself not to panic. I took out my flashlight. I had it with me even though it wasn't fully dark yet, just to get a better look. As I swung the beam of light around, I could make out more prints leading off into the forest. I followed them for just a few steps before deciding that was a terrible idea. The light was starting to fade outside, and being caught out there, alone and unarmed, I only had this small kitchen knife, felt like a bad move. That's when I heard it. At first, it was just a distant crack, like a branch snapping under weight. I froze. Then came a low, rumbling noise. It wasn't a growl like a dog or a bear. It was deeper, more resonant, almost like a low moan or grunt. My ears went hot, and I swear I could feel my own pulse in my head. Something was out there, something big. I hurried back inside, locking the door and sliding the flimsy bolt into place. I checked the windows, just simple latches that wouldn't stand a chance if something strong wanted in. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was pounding. There were no phones in that cabin, and cell service in 98 out there was basically non-existent. I was alone. Night fell quickly, and in that darkness, every sound around the cabin became magnified. I heard heavy footsteps, slow but deliberate, circling the place. Sometimes it sounded like something was brushing against the walls or pushing aside branches to get a better look. I turned off every light and sat by the small window, peeking out occasionally, hoping to catch a glimpse of what was out there, but also terrified that I actually would. I wish I could describe what I saw, but the truth is I never got a clear look. The moonlight was weak, and every time I tried to shine my flashlight through the window, I worried it would draw attention. The whole cabin felt like it was being watched. I can't explain that feeling well, just knowing that something with size and intelligence was out there, studying the place, maybe trying to figure out how to get inside, or maybe it was just curious. Either way, the tension was suffocating. I remember at one point something tapped or knocked on the wall outside. Just one solid thump. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It wasn't frantic, more like a test, as if it was saying, "I know you're in there." I sat on the floor, back against the opposite wall, gripping that stupid kitchen knife, knowing it was useless. I honestly didn't think I'd survive if whatever it was decided to come in. At some point in the night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, the sounds started to fade. I don't know if it left or just settled somewhere out of earshot. I stayed awake, muscles aching from tension, not daring to close my eyes. Eventually, the faint light of dawn crept in through the window, and I knew I had to get out of there. The thought of stepping outside made me want to throw up, but I didn't have a choice. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my things in record time. I didn't eat, didn't even bother making coffee. I opened the door slowly, half expecting something to lunge at me, but there was nothing, just silence. The morning air was cold, and the forest floor was damp. I forced myself to look around the cabin before leaving, to see if I could spot any more tracks. I did see a few more footprints, some near the window where I'd been watching, and broken twigs around the perimeter. It was like it had circled me all night, deciding what to do, or maybe just making sure I didn't run off. Walking away from that cabin felt like the longest hike of my life. I stuck to the dirt road that led me back toward Cascade Falls. Every snap of a branch behind me made my heart skip. I didn't see anyone else until I was much closer to the town, and by then I was too rattled to talk to anyone anyway. Back in civilization, I tried to wrap my head around what I'd experienced. I knew that people would think I was nuts if I told them. I barely believed it myself. Still, I'd heard whispers before. Stories about something roaming around in those mountains, something people occasionally caught glimpses of, but never really confronted. I guess I became one of those stories. I never went back there. I never tried to find out more. I didn't report it to the authorities because, honestly, what would I say? I think Bigfoot stalked me at my cabin. People would laugh or roll their eyes, and I had no proof. I didn't take photos. I didn't have any samples of hair or anything like that. Just a gut-wrenching memory and a fear I still feel in the pit of my stomach whenever I think about that night. To this day, I can't explain what happened. I can't explain what was outside my cabin, making those sounds, leaving those tracks, watching me. I know what I felt, though, and that was real. It was terror, pure and simple. And it taught me something. Sometimes it's better not to know what lurks out there. Sometimes it's better to leave those woods and never look back. I haven't told this story often, but when I do, I stick to what I remember as plainly as I can. I still don't have all the answers. All I know is that in 1998, I went to that cabin thinking I'd find peace, and instead, I found something I still can't wrap my head around. It ended just as suddenly as it began, leaving me with nothing but questions and a feeling that there are things in those forests that we're not meant to understand. And maybe that's for the best. Story 8. Back in the summer of 2012, I was living alone in this old cabin near Cougar, Washington. I had moved there a while before, just trying to keep my life simple and away from everyone else. The place was nothing fancy. Wooden walls that were always damp, a creaky floor, a front door that didn't close properly, and a tin roof that made the rain sound like a dozen fingers tapping above my head. But I loved it. I liked waking up with the smell of the forest, the sight of moss growing in every crack, the distant hum of the creek behind the property. It felt honest. I'd spent that morning fixing a loose board on the outside wall. I remember the sweat dripping down my neck and the way my hammer echoed against the wood. The day was warmer than usual, and by noon I was tired of the pounding and the splinters. The forest was just there, right behind my cabin, thick and quiet. Normally it soothed me, and I wanted some air and a short break. I wasn't a hunter or anything, but I owned an old rifle that I'd picked up for cheap before moving in. I didn't plan on using it. I just slung it over my shoulder because it made me feel a bit safer. There were rumors of bears and mountain lions, and even though I'd never seen one, I wasn't going to take any chances. The moment I stepped into the woods, everything changed. At first it felt normal. Pine needles soft under my boots, the earthy smell of moss and rotting logs, distant chirps of birds. But as I moved deeper, I realized the birds weren't chirping anymore. In fact, I couldn't hear much of anything. It was like someone hit a mute button. No wind, no rustling, just my own breathing. It felt off. I tried to brush it off as me just being a little jumpy from the quiet, but then I started noticing more unusual things. I came across this patch of broken branches, not just snapped twigs, but thick limbs twisted and bent down at odd angles. It looked like something big had come through and didn't care what it destroyed along the way. The ground had deep imprints in it, like oversized footprints, larger than anything I'd ever seen in person. I kneeled down and ran my fingers along the edges of one print. It was shaped roughly like a human foot, but much broader and longer. The depth suggested weight, heavy weight. My heart started to pound a little, not out of excitement, but from this creeping feeling that I shouldn't be there. It was that quiet alarm that goes off in your head when you know something is very wrong. I thought maybe a bear had stepped in a weird way, or maybe some prankster was messing around. But these prints weren't shaped like bear paws, and I sure as hell doubted someone would haul themselves out here to fake this. I decided to push a bit further. There was this sense that something was watching me, not seeing anything yet, but feeling watched, you know. I kept the rifle over my shoulder, not pointing it anywhere, just ready if I had to scare something off. Then I saw it. It was maybe 40 or 50 yards away, standing partially behind a cluster of ferns and firs. At first I thought it was a tree stump or a shadow, but it moved. I caught a glimpse of something dark and tall, taller than any man I'd met. The fur looked dark brown or black. It was hard to tell with the shade. It was broad-shouldered, with a thick chest and arms that looked too long to be human. Even from that distance, I could feel its presence like static in the air. I froze. I didn't raise my rifle. I didn't want to provoke it. I just stood there, heart hammering against my ribs. I don't know how long we stood like that, me staring into the trees, it staring back at me. I never got a clear look at its face, just a glimpse of eyes. Dark, reflective. The moment I realized it had eyes that reflected light back at me, I felt my stomach tighten. I didn't want to be there anymore. I tried to step back slowly, not making noise. The underbrush was thick, and my boots crunched over dry needles. That sound felt deafening in the silence. The creature didn't bolt. It made this low, rumbling noise, not exactly a growl, more like a deep hum or grunt. It was not friendly, but it wasn't attacking either. It felt like a warning. I remember my hands shaking. I had both hands on the rifle now, not aiming, just showing it that I had something, that maybe I was not the easiest target. I backed away step by step. At one point, I caught my boot on a root and nearly fell. The creature shifted its weight, leaning forward slightly. I could see the muscle definition in its arms and shoulders, even though it was mostly hidden by hair. It was huge. If it decided to charge me, I wouldn't stand a chance. I don't know what was going through my head. Fear, mostly. A weird mix of panic and adrenaline. I managed to keep walking backward until a large fallen log blocked my path. I had to glance down for a second to climb over it. When I looked back up, the thing was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement, no cracking branches, nothing. The forest was still silent. I didn't waste time wondering where it went. I turned around and headed straight back toward my cabin, trying to keep my pace steady and not break into a run. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to run, but I was terrified that if I did, it would come after me. By the time I got back, the sun was dipping lower. The cabin never looked safer. I locked the door, which I normally never did in broad daylight. I checked the windows. I realized I was sweating through my shirt. The rifle felt heavier than before. I felt like an idiot for going in there so casually, like I owned the place. This was not my land. That thing had been living there, moving through those trees, probably long before I arrived. As the evening came, I couldn't focus on anything. I tried to read, tried to clean, tried to calm down, but I kept feeling this itch between my shoulder blades. I listened for sounds outside, branches snapping, heavy footsteps, but I heard nothing except my own breathing and, occasionally, the creak. Once it got fully dark, the feeling got worse. I was sure it was out there. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. I kept the rifle loaded and within arm's reach. I sat at my small kitchen table with a single lamp on and waited. I thought about just leaving, packing up and driving off, heading straight back to town. But the idea of stepping outside, crossing the small clearing and walking to my truck felt impossible. The walls of my cabin suddenly felt too thin. Any noise outside made me jump. The settling of the wood, the distant snap of what could have been a twig, maybe just an animal. Each sound made my heart skip. At one point, I heard something brush against the outer wall, right near the window by my bed. It was a soft, sliding sound, like a hand or a large body passing too close. I didn't dare to look out. The lamp was on, and I knew if I looked out, I'd just see darkness and a reflection of myself. Maybe it was better not to see. I stayed completely still, listening. After a moment, I heard a faint breathing sound. At least I think it was breathing. It was a low, steady noise, like a heavy animal trying to stay quiet, but not quite managing it. I remember my skin crawling, my throat tightening. I just gripped the rifle and waited. Time stretched on like that for what felt like hours, but it might have been just a few minutes. Then it stopped. The breathing sound vanished. No footsteps, no rustling, nothing. I was too scared to move. I eventually got up and turned off the lamp, standing there in the dark with the rifle, hoping my eyes would adjust. I peered out through the cracks in the window. There was nothing, just the faint outline of trees in the moonlight and the shape of my old truck. Everything looked normal but felt wrong. I didn't sleep that night. I sat there until the faint glow of morning started to filter in. By sunrise, I felt slightly calmer. The forest sounded normal again, birds chirping, leaves rustling softly in the wind. The tension of the previous evening seemed to have evaporated. It was as if the whole thing never happened. But I know what I saw. I felt it. I can still feel it. I never really got an explanation. Nothing like that ever happened again. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe I imagined the size of it. Maybe I was just tired and seeing shapes in the dark. But I know deep down it wasn't just an animal I'm familiar with. I've seen bears, even if from a distance, and this was not a bear. The shape, the posture, the way it moved and watched me. There was intelligence in its eyes, something too deliberate. I still live with that memory, even though years have passed. Sometimes I wonder if it was just passing through, as curious about me as I was terrified of it. Other times I think maybe it was warning me, telling me to stay in my own space, that I didn't belong out there. I guess I'll never really know. It happened so suddenly and ended just as abruptly, leaving me with only that sick feeling of dread and those giant footprints stamped into my mind. To this day, I have no way to prove any of it. All I have is the memory of that silent forest, those twisted branches, the impossible footprints, and that huge, hairy figure standing there watching me before vanishing into the trees without a sound. I can still feel its eyes on me whenever I close my own. It's something I'll never forget. Story 9. I still remember that day in the summer of 2020, right after my breakup, when I decided to clear my head by heading out to the Sath National Forest near Pinecrest, California. It felt like a good plan at the time. I had been there before, never too deep, but enough to know it was quiet and isolated. I wanted to be alone, to think without anyone around, and maybe take a few photos of the place. I packed my gear, which was nothing fancy, just a small tent, a sleeping bag, some protein bars, a canteen of water, a pocket knife for safety, and my camera. I figured I'd spend the day out there and head back before nightfall. I wasn't expecting anything strange. I mean, I've spent time in nature before. I've seen deer, maybe a bear from far away, heard weird noises at night, but nothing like what happened this time. When I arrived, I remember the air felt different. Maybe it was just my emotional state, but the place felt heavier somehow. The pine trees were massive, their branches reaching so high they almost blocked out the midday sun. There was a small stream, crystal clear and cold, and the silence was soothing at first. I set my tent near the water, unpacked my stuff, and just sat there, listening to the wind. For a while it felt perfect, exactly the quiet escape I'd hoped for. I don't know how long I sat by that stream, maybe an hour, maybe more. It was just peaceful, until I turned my head and saw someone, standing among the trees, maybe 30 or 40 yards away. At first, I thought it must have been a person, maybe another hiker. But this figure was tall, way taller than any person I've ever seen in real life. I know it sounds cliché, but I swear it had thick, dark hair covering its body. It wasn't a bear. I know what a bear looks like. This thing stood upright, completely still, like it was studying me. I just froze. I couldn't move for a few seconds, just squinted my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My heart started pounding, and I felt this weird rush of adrenaline. As soon as I blinked and looked again, it backed up into the denser part of the forest and vanished. It didn't run away on all fours or anything. It just stepped back quietly and faded into the dark green behind it. I got up slowly, trying not to freak out, but my mind was racing. I convinced myself maybe it was a trick of the light or a person wearing something odd, but deep down, I knew I'd seen something big and not quite human. I forced myself to stay calm. I thought, let's just check the area. I'm not a fearless guy, but I'm also not someone who panics easily. I walked a small circle around my tent and noticed these footprints in the soft earth. They were huge, at least twice the length of my own foot, and wide, with a shape that didn't look like a standard boot print or anything mechanical. I don't know how to describe it, but it definitely looked more like a giant bare foot. There was more than one print, forming this odd circular pattern around where I had pitched my tent, as if something had been walking around me before I even noticed it. That's when my stomach tightened. I couldn't brush this off anymore. I felt like I was being watched, and not in a harmless way. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird or any insect sounds since I spotted that figure. The quiet felt unnatural now, like everything else was scared too. I knew I couldn't just sit there and pretend this was nothing. I decided to pack my gear and leave. I was annoyed at myself for feeling scared. I'd come out there to feel better, not to have a panic attack. But at the same time, something about those footprints and that tall figure made it clear that I wasn't alone, and that whoever, or whatever, was out there had been watching me. As I started walking away from the campsite, heading back toward the main trail, I felt this creeping sensation that I was being followed. Every once in a while, when I stopped, I would hear a heavy step or a branch creaking behind me. But when I'd turn, there was nothing. No movement, no shape, just stillness. I tried to walk steadily, not too fast and not too slow. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. I held my pocket knife in my hand, but I knew it wouldn't do much good if something that big decided to come at me. I can't tell you how tense that walk was. Every step felt like I was walking on thin ice. The forest was different now. No light chatter of animals, no rustling of squirrels or birds. It was just me, the sound of my own breathing, and that occasional heavy step behind me. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there, keeping pace, just out of sight. Eventually, the trees started to thin out, and I reached a more open area where a dirt service road ran through. I recognized that road from previous trips. It's not too far from one of the parking spots. The instant I stepped onto that road, I got this weird feeling like a barrier had been crossed. The footsteps stopped. It was as if the presence had been confined to the deeper woods. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, and listened. Nothing. Just the slight breeze, no heavy steps, no strange figure. I felt relief, but also confusion. It was like it had been escorting me out, making sure I left its territory. I hurried along the dirt road, trying to keep my composure, and eventually got back to my car. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something standing at the edge of the tree line, just watching me again. But there was nothing. I got in, started the engine, and took off toward Pinecrest. I didn't relax until I was actually in town, parked in front of a small cafe. I remember sitting there, staring at my reflection in the car window, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Inside the cafe, I ordered a coffee and sat quietly, replaying the whole thing in my head. Part of me thought I should tell someone, maybe a ranger or the police. But what would I say? I saw a tall, hairy figure that looked like something out of a cryptid documentary. I found giant footprints in the dirt. I could already hear them laughing it off or explaining it away as a bear or my imagination. And who knows? Maybe I was just freaking out over a bear standing strangely on its hind legs. But the shape and size of it, and those footsteps following me, I can't shake that off. To this day, I've never figured out what I saw. It never made the news. I haven't heard any local legends that match it exactly, though I know some people talk about strange sightings around these forests. I still have the photos I took of the trees and stream, but I never caught that thing on camera. I've gone over every detail in my mind 1,000 times, and I'm still stuck with the same unsettling feeling. I encountered something out there, something I can't rationally explain. After that day, I never ventured that deep into the South National Forest again. I still hike, but always somewhere more populated, where I can at least hear other people and know I'm not alone. There's a lot I don't know about what's out there, hidden among the trees. Maybe I was just unlucky, or maybe I was meant to see it, to be reminded that we don't know everything roaming these old forests. I can't give you a neat conclusion. Nothing else happened after I reached civilization. It's not like I went back and found more footprints or caught it on video. It was just one of those weird, terrifying experiences that slaps you in the face and then vanishes, leaving you with more questions than answers. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I'm alone and it's too quiet. I guess I'll never really know what I saw that day. But I know it was real. I felt it. I heard it following me. And that's enough to keep me from ever going back to that exact spot again. Story 10. I remember that day so clearly, even though it's been a few years now. It was 2018, and I was living in Missoula, Montana. I used to spend a lot of weekends driving out to quieter spots along the Clark Fork River to fish. I enjoyed it because I could escape the noise of town, clear my head, and maybe catch a few decent trout. I wasn't someone who believed in tall tales or local legends. I'd always rolled my eyes at those stories about strange creatures lurking in the woods. But after what happened that day, I don't know what to think anymore. I woke up early that morning, packed my gear, and headed out while the sun was just starting to show itself. The weather was a bit overcast, but that didn't bother me. In fact, it made me hopeful that the fish would be biting. I parked in a spot I'd never really used before, just a tiny dirt pull-off. I wanted to try a stretch of the river I'd never fished. It was a less popular area, with a rough trail leading down through the brush. I figured if I could get away from the usual spots, I might have better luck. By the time I reached the river's edge, the sun was filtering through the clouds in thin beams, and there was this calm feeling in the air. The birds were active, chirping above me, and I remember thinking how peaceful it was. The river was flowing gently, not too loud. I set down my pack, assembled my rod, and chose a lure that usually got me good results. Everything felt right. I'd been casting for maybe half an hour or so when I noticed something strange. The forest around me went dead quiet. It was so sudden that it made me stop mid-cast. One moment there were birds, the next there was nothing, not even the rustle of leaves. It's like everything decided to hold its breath at once. I looked around, feeling this weird tightness in my stomach. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that maybe a hawk or something had spooked the smaller birds. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to continue fishing, but I felt uneasy. You know that prickling feeling you get on the back of your neck when someone's watching you? That's exactly what I felt. I glanced over my shoulder more than once, but I didn't see anything at first. Then, after a few minutes of forced calm, I caught sight of something moving between the trees, off to my left. At first I just saw a shape. It was large and dark, blending into the shadows. I thought it might be a bear. We have plenty of those around here, and they often roam near water looking for fish. But something about the way it moved was different. It was too upright, too deliberate in its steps. I squinted, and as it shifted slightly, I saw it clearly for the first time. This huge, broad figure covered in what looked like dark brown or black hair. It was standing, not hunched like a bear, but upright, with shoulders and a head shape that looked more human than anything else. Yet it was massive, taller than any man I've ever seen, much thicker, more powerful looking, but not in a way that reminded me of any animal I know. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it. I froze. I didn't even know if I should move. The thing was just staring at me. I could feel its gaze even at a distance. It didn't growl, didn't bare teeth, but its presence alone was terrifying. We stood there locked in this silent, tense moment. I remember the smell of the river, the damp moss, and how my mouth suddenly went dry. After what felt like forever, it stepped back, very quietly, and slipped behind a tree trunk. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I didn't hear branches snapping or leaves crunching, which was strange for something that large. I wanted to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. My body was shaking. I tried to keep it together enough to reel in my line, but my hands were trembling so badly that the line got tangled. I eventually abandoned the idea of continuing to fish. I just wanted to leave. I shoved my rod into my pack as best I could and started to head back. But the trail I'd taken wasn't exactly a neat hiking path. It was more like a rough animal track. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling certain this thing was following me. Every time I glanced back, I saw nothing but still trees, and yet I could swear there was movement in my periphery, small shifts behind trunks or in the brush. I could feel its presence. It never showed itself fully again, not like the first time, but it felt like it was still there, watching. When I finally reached the area near where I'd left my car, I noticed footprints in the soft ground. They were huge, definitely not human boot prints, and not bear prints either. They were something else entirely, bigger than my own foot by at least half, with a shape that suggested toes, just not like a normal human foot. I didn't linger. Seeing that print shook me up even more. I knew I needed to get out of there. I practically ran to my car, tossing my gear into the back seat without caring how it landed. I had this urge to check behind me one last time before getting in. As I did, I thought I saw a tall, dark figure far off behind a cluster of trees, but I wasn't sure. It could have been my mind playing tricks, but I'm still convinced it was there, making sure I was leaving. On the drive back to town, I felt this heaviness on my chest, like I'd just escaped some dangerous situation. I tried to calm down by stopping at this small roadside diner, a place I'd been to before. The waitress commented that I looked pale. I remember just shrugging and mumbling something about not feeling well. I felt uncomfortable and paranoid, like everyone could sense that something was wrong with me. When I got home, I told a close friend what I'd seen. He listened, then gave me that look, like he was trying to figure out if I was pulling his leg. He ended up saying something like, maybe it was a big bear standing weird, or you're letting local stories get to you. But I'd never been one to buy into that kind of stuff, and he knew it. Still, what could I say to convince him? I had no photo, no proof. Just my shaky voice and a few jumbled words trying to describe something unbelievable. Eventually, I dropped it. I realized I'd only sound crazy. I've never gone back to that exact spot since then. I still fish, but closer to more popular areas, places where I'm surrounded by other people. I can't ignore what I saw, and I can't blame anyone for not believing me. I probably wouldn't have believed myself before that day. But I know what I saw wasn't normal. It wasn't some trick of the light, and it wasn't a bear. The way it stood, the way it watched me, the feeling it gave off, none of that fits into what I thought I knew about wildlife out there. I don't have any clever conclusion or explanation. It happened, and then it was over. I never saw it again. Life went back to normal on the surface, but something changed in how I look at those quiet woods. When I think back to that moment, frozen there on the riverbank, my line still in the water, my heart in my throat, I still feel that dread creeping up my spine. I still remember the silence that dropped over everything and the weight of that stare. I guess I'm sharing this because it's been on my mind ever since. I'm not looking for answers or to convince anyone. Honestly, I'm still not sure what to believe. All I know is that I went out one morning expecting a normal day of fishing and came back with a memory I can't shake, no matter how hard I try. It's just out there, an unexplained piece of my life, staring right back at me whenever I close my eyes. Story 11. I remember it was the second day of my stay in that old cabin near Bluefield, Washington. This happened in 2019, and I'd gone there to clear my head after months of feeling trapped and frustrated in the city. I just wanted a quiet spot, no traffic noise, no co-workers hounding me, no endless line of people asking for things I couldn't give them. I'd inherited that cabin from some distant relative I never actually met, and I guess I always felt curious about the place. It wasn't large or fancy, more like a modest wooden structure with creaky floorboards, a single bedroom, and a small kitchen. The furniture was old, but it had this certain rustic charm that made me feel like I'd stepped out of my normal life into a totally different world. There was a small stream, maybe a 5-minute walk from the cabin, and a dense forest on all sides. It was green and lush, the kind of scene you see on postcards. My first day was uneventful. I had arrived, unpacked a few things, sat on the old porch, and listened to the wind rustling through the leaves. That's basically what I wanted, silence and nature. At night I had a hard time sleeping because I wasn't used to the absolute darkness out there. In the city, there's always some light. Out there, when I switched off the single lamp, it was pitch black. I could barely see my own hand in front of my face, but I managed to drift off after a while, feeling relatively at ease. It was just nature, right? The second day is when everything started. I got up at sunrise around 6:30 a.m., feeling kind of stiff but excited to explore. I wanted to actually walk through the forest, not too deep, just enough to feel like I got my break from everything. I had a small backpack with a water bottle, a bag of dried fruit, and a little folding knife I'd brought from home. I'm not a hunter or anything like that. The knife was just for peace of mind, you know. I didn't expect to need it. The area around the cabin looked calm, and the worst I imagined was maybe a raccoon going after my trash or something. I'd dealt with raccoons before. I set out around 7:30 a.m., heading west into the woods. At first, it was perfect. I could hear birds singing, and I noticed squirrels scurrying around in the branches. The forest floor was soft under my boots, covered in pine needles and patches of moss. I remember feeling the air was slightly chilly, but in a refreshing way. The smell of damp earth and the distant sound of that stream made me feel more relaxed than I'd been in months. I followed what looked like a thin trail, maybe an old path used by whoever lived in the cabin before, or by local hunters. It wasn't well maintained, but I could see a sort of natural corridor between the trees. I walked for about an hour, not really sure how far I should go, but not worried either. I wasn't lost because I could still sense the general direction back. Plus, I had a compass in my jacket pocket just in case. Around this time, I noticed that the forest had gotten quieter. At first, it's subtle. You just realize that the chatter of birds and the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth has died down. I stood still for a moment, thinking maybe a predator was nearby, like a cougar or a black bear. Sometimes when a big predator shows up, the forest goes silent. I didn't panic. I'd read about that kind of thing. I listened carefully and looked around, but I didn't see anything, just the trunks of tall trees and a canopy of green leaves. I decided to keep moving, but maybe start heading back. I was a bit uneasy. The silence felt unnatural after a while. It wasn't just quiet, it was like the forest itself was holding its breath. As I turned around, I saw something that made my stomach drop. On a patch of soft, damp soil, I saw footprints, huge footprints. They looked vaguely human, but much larger than any human foot I'd ever seen. They must have been at least twice the length of my own foot, and they were spaced oddly, like whatever made them had a long stride. The toes were splayed out, and the impression was deep enough that it must have weighed a lot. I knelt down, feeling my heart rate pick up. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank on me. But who would come all the way out here? And why? I tried to think logically. Maybe a bear stepping weirdly could produce something like that. But it didn't look like a bear's paw. Bear prints don't look like a huge human foot. They have distinct pads and claws. This looked like a massive human foot, minus the shoe. I ran my hand gently over the outline. The edges were fresh, still moist. Whatever made it must have passed by recently. A shiver ran up my spine. I looked up, scanning the distance between the trees, and then I saw movement. At first, I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. I caught a glimpse of something large and dark slipping behind a cluster of trees about 50 yards ahead. I froze in place, trying not to breathe too loudly. It looked big, taller than a normal man and covered in dark hair or fur. I saw it only for a second, maybe two, but that was enough. It moved smoothly, not like a clumsy person. It had a purpose in its steps. My chest tightened. I remember whispering something under my breath like, "What the hell?" But I can't be sure. I stood there, paralyzed, not knowing if I should call out or run. I had no idea what I was dealing with. I decided that going forward was the worst idea. The feeling in my gut told me to turn back toward the cabin, so that's what I did. I started walking, trying to keep my pace calm, not to attract attention by sprinting or making noise. I could feel my legs trembling slightly. The silence in the forest was now suffocating. It felt like I was being watched. As I moved, I kept looking over my shoulder. I didn't see it again right away, but every few steps, I'd catch the sound of a twig snapping far behind me, or leaves rustling in a way that didn't sound like the breeze. It was as if something was following me, staying just far enough away to remain out of sight. My mind raced with possibilities, a prankster in a ghillie suit, a big animal with odd footprints, or something else, something people talk about but you never think you'll see with your own eyes. I tried not to run. Running would just make me lose my bearings, and maybe trigger a chase. I pushed through some dense patches of brush, scraping my jacket and getting my pant legs damp with dew. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. At one point, I stopped behind a large tree trunk to listen carefully. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. Total silence. That was almost worse than hearing something. I waited maybe 30 seconds, which felt like forever, before stepping back onto the path and continuing. I remember feeling the sweat trickle down the back of my neck. Eventually, I could see a break in the trees that I recognized. I was close to the cabin's clearing. Relief washed over me, but I also felt a dread, knowing that once I left the forest's edge, I'd be out in the open for a moment before reaching the cabin door. So I hurried, but tried to be as quiet as possible. When I stepped out of the tree line, I half expected to see something rush toward me, but nothing happened. The clearing was empty. The cabin stood there like I'd left it. I practically jogged to the door, unlocked it with shaking hands, and went inside, locking it behind me. Inside, the cabin felt like a flimsy shelter. The windows were old single-pane glass. The door was just wood and an average deadbolt. I stood in the center of the living room, trying to process what I'd seen. What the hell was that thing? I thought about calling the local authorities, but what would I say? I saw a giant, hairy figure in the woods. They'd laugh or just assume it was a bear. I was sure it wasn't a bear. Bears have a certain shape, a certain movement. This thing walked upright, effortlessly. It had a presence that felt too aware. I can't explain it. But the feeling I got was like it was studying me, not just stumbling upon me. For hours I just stayed inside, occasionally peeking through the windows. The rest of the day dragged on. I barely ate the dried fruit I'd brought back. I kept replaying the moment I saw that thing in my head. Maybe I was tired, maybe I imagined it. But the footprints were real. I definitely saw them. And I heard something moving behind me on the walk back. Around mid-afternoon, I got the courage to step onto the porch for a moment, but I didn't go far. The forest looked normal again. Birds were even chirping. I didn't see any movement. Part of me hoped that maybe whatever it was had just moved on. Maybe it was passing through and I just got unlucky. But as evening fell, I started feeling on edge again. The silence returned. The birds didn't sing as the sun dipped below the horizon. Usually you hear some noises like insects or small critters active at dusk. This time, almost nothing. Just a very distant hoot of an owl, maybe. I had this old lantern and some candles because the cabin's electricity was minimal. Just a small generator I'd turned off to save fuel. I lit a candle and sat by the window, watching the tree line, half expecting to see a shape lurking there. I think it was around 9 p.m. when I heard something outside. Heavy steps, at least that's what it sounded like. A soft thump, thump, that traveled around the perimeter of the cabin. My heart skipped a beat. It sounded like it was circling the property, just out of sight. I turned off the lantern, blew out the candle, and stood in the dark, peering out of a small crack between the window and its frame. I couldn't see it, but the feeling of being watched was so intense I could barely breathe. There were a few moments when I thought I saw a large shape pass between the trees, but it was so dark that I couldn't be sure. I heard sticks snapping and once a soft grunt or huffing sound, like something clearing its throat. No way it was a deer or a normal animal. Deer don't walk upright, and bears don't usually just circle a cabin quietly. They'd probably come closer or make more noise rummaging around. This thing seemed content, just letting me know it was there. That was the scariest part. The sense that it knew I was inside, that it understood I was trapped and terrified. It was toying with me, or at least that's how it felt. I stood there for what felt like hours. My legs got tired, my back started aching, but I didn't dare move away from the window. I needed to know if it tried to break in. The cabin walls were thin, just old wood panels. This thing could probably tear it apart if it wanted to, but it never did. It never slammed against the door or tried the handle. It just kept making these slow, steady passes around the property, staying just out of clear view. Sometimes I'd hear it on one side, then a few minutes later it would be on the opposite side. I tried not to imagine its face, but I couldn't help it. What if it had a face like a man, but covered in hair, with huge dark eyes? I'd read about Bigfoot sightings as a kid, laughed them off. Now I wasn't laughing. At some point, I must have nodded off, because the next thing I remember is jolting awake when something tapped against the outer wall of the cabin. A single tap, like a knuckle rap on wood. I practically jumped out of my skin. The hairs on my arms stood straight up. I held my breath, listening. Nothing, just silence again. I looked at my watch and saw it was after midnight. The darkness outside was absolute. I wished I could turn on a light, but I was too scared of drawing attention. Not that it didn't already know I was there, but still. I felt safer in the dark for some reason. I think it stayed around the cabin most of the night. I'd drift in and out of these short moments of restless half-sleep and wake up to hear distant steps or a branch snapping. I never heard it roar or scream. That might sound like a relief, but it wasn't. The quiet intimidation was worse. It was acting like it owned the place, like I was an intruder who had unknowingly walked into its territory. Sometime before dawn, the noises stopped, just like that. One moment I thought I heard it breathing outside, and the next, nothing. I waited, straining my ears, but there was no hint of movement. My throat felt dry, and I realized I hadn't had a sip of water for hours. I reached slowly for my bottle and drank, my hand shaking. I was so tense that my muscles were sore. When I saw the first grey light of morning filtering through the window, I decided to pack my things and leave. I know that might sound cowardly, but I wasn't going to stay a single extra day out there. I didn't care if I had planned a week's retreat. One night of that was enough. My mind was set. Get out of there and never come back. I hurriedly stuffed my clothes and belongings into my duffel bag. I didn't have much. I stepped onto the porch at dawn, expecting to see some massive footprints outside the door, but I saw nothing as obvious as the ones deep in the forest. However, I did notice that some branches around the clearing were twisted or snapped at a height much taller than me. It looked deliberate, not random storm damage. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching from somewhere. I kept looking over my shoulder as I walked down the dirt path that led back to the main road. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I walked briskly, trying not to make noise but also trying not to linger. After about an hour, I finally saw the asphalt of the country road and almost cried from relief. I stood there at the edge of the forest, panting, telling myself I was safe now. There were cars that passed through occasionally, even if not often. Normal life existed there. Back in Bluefield, I checked into a cheap motel and spent the rest of the day trying to calm myself down. I considered reporting it to the local authorities, maybe a park ranger. But what would I say? That I saw something huge and hairy watching me from the woods, that it left giant human-like footprints and circled my cabin all night. They'd say it was a bear, or that I imagined it. Maybe they'd humor me, but I doubted anyone would actually believe me. Without proof, what was I supposed to do? I left Bluefield a day early. I just got in my car and drove, not even looking back. Over time, I've thought about what happened. Maybe I missed my chance to capture something extraordinary on camera. But at the time, I didn't even think of grabbing my phone for a photo. I was too scared. I just wanted to survive the night. Now I regret not at least trying, but I know why I didn't. Taking a picture would mean getting closer to the window or going outside, and I couldn't do that. Not after feeling that presence, not after knowing how vulnerable I was. It's been years now, and I still remember the details vividly. The silence in the woods, those massive footprints in the mud, that glimpse of a dark shape moving smoothly among the trees, the way it circled the cabin at night, making me feel like prey. I've never gone back to that cabin, and I don't plan to. As far as I'm concerned, it can rot away in that forest. Maybe that thing still roams those woods, maybe it moved on. I have no idea. I've tried to rationalize it, some locals playing a prank, or a misidentified bear. But deep down, I know what I saw wasn't normal. It wasn't a costume. It wasn't just some animal doing animal things. It acted with a strange sort of intelligence, a controlled, quiet threat that I can't fully explain. I'm not sharing this to convince anyone of anything. I don't care if people think I'm lying or exaggerating. I know what I felt, and I know the terror that washed over me that night was real. I've never experienced something like that before or since. I still get chills when I think about the way it just vanished at dawn, leaving me to question everything. I wonder sometimes if it let me go. Did it just want to scare me away from its territory? Or was it curious and decided I wasn't worth it? There are no neat answers. I've tried to forget, tried to move on with my life. But the memory lingers, reminding me that there are parts of the world we don't understand. As much as we think we have everything mapped and explained, there are places where something else lives, something that doesn't fit into our neat categories. I can still see those footprints. I can still feel that weight of a stare from the darkness. Every so often, when I find myself in a quiet place at dusk, I hold my breath and listen, remembering that night in that cabin near Bluefield. I've never gone camping alone again, and I probably never will. No matter how much time passes, I can't shake that feeling. It's like a scar that never fully heals. I've accepted that I won't ever get a logical explanation. Life doesn't owe me that. All I know is that something big and silent and impossibly real watched me in the forest that day, followed me, and taunted me at night. It chose not to break down the door or show itself plainly, which, in a weird way, makes it even more unsettling. It knew exactly how to keep me on edge. That's all there is. It happened, it stopped, and I left. No grand confrontation, no dramatic climax. Just me, too scared to move and something out there, completely in control. Sometimes the scariest things don't end with screams or proof. They just leave you doubting everything you thought you knew about the world. So I'm leaving this here, as is, without any satisfying conclusion. It's just what happened, and I still don't know how to make sense of it. Story 12. It all happened in a single day back in 2018, late October if I remember correctly, when I was staying at this old family cabin near Gold Hill, Oregon. I had been there for a few days already. The cabin had been passed down through a couple of generations, though my family never really talked much about it. It was one of those old places that no one ever bothered to sell, maybe because it wasn't worth much. Maybe because it was tucked away in such a remote spot in the forest that nobody really cared. I decided to go there to clear my head, do some maintenance, and maybe enjoy a bit of the quiet I can never find living in a more crowded place. I remember waking up that morning feeling pretty good. It was cold enough that I kept the small wood-burning stove going through most of the night, and by morning the cabin still held some warmth. As usual, I got up and stepped outside to check the weather and gather some more wood for the stove. The air was crisp, but what really struck me that morning was the absolute stillness. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. Normally, even in a quiet place, you'd hear some rustling of small critters, a distant chirp of a bird, or at least the gentle hum of insects. That morning, there was nothing, just silence. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel like your ears are searching for a sound and not finding any. But I wasn't really suspicious at that point. I just figured maybe it was too early, or maybe a change in weather had made the wildlife go quiet. I tried not to think too much of it. I spent the first few hours of the day working on the cabin's exterior. There were some old shingles I needed to secure, and a bit of the gutter had come loose. While I worked, I kept glancing at the tree line. The cabin sits in a small clearing, and behind it there's this long stretch of dense forest. Tall pines and a thick underbrush that's hard to move through without scratching yourself or getting tangled. That morning, those trees looked somehow different, darker, heavier, like they were looming just a bit too close. It could have been my imagination, but I had this feeling like I was being watched. I know that sounds paranoid, but I've spent time outdoors before. I'm no expert, but I can handle myself in a forest. Yet that feeling wouldn't leave. I even paused a few times to stare back at the trees, expecting to see a deer or maybe a fox. But there was nothing. Just those trunks and branches and the unsettling quiet. At around noon, I decided I'd take a short walk before eating lunch. I wanted to check a small path that led a bit deeper into the woods. I'd been down it a few times over the past days, gathering kindling or just stretching my legs. The path started off normal enough, just some mossy ground, pine needles everywhere. But maybe 15 minutes into the walk, I noticed the silence was even heavier there. No birds, no squirrels, no sound of wind, just my footsteps. And that's when I found those footprints. They were large, much larger than any human foot I've ever seen. I'm about 6 feet tall, and the footprint dwarfed mine by a good margin. At first, I thought it could be a bear, but the shape was all wrong. It looked like a human foot, 5 toes, a definite heel, but huge, and the stride between each print indicated something massive. I'm not sure how to measure footprints exactly, but I'd guess at least 17 or 18 inches long, maybe more. The depth of the print suggested something incredibly heavy. My heart started pounding. I remember standing there, crouched next to those prints, feeling this wave of unease. Normally I'd think about grabbing my phone, maybe snapping a picture, but out there, my first instinct was just to get out. I can't explain it well, but I felt exposed, like I was trespassing somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some kind of hoax, or maybe a deformed bear print, but they were so clear, so defined, that I just couldn't come up with a good explanation. Also, I had been around a few bears in my life, just from a distance, and their prints don't look like that. They also tend to show claws. These prints were more like a giant barefoot human, and there were several of them in a loose trail leading deeper into the forest. I didn't follow the prints. Instead, I turned around and went straight back to the cabin. I wasn't running, but I was walking fast, checking over my shoulder every few steps. I'd look back and just see the path empty, but that feeling that something was just behind the next tree wouldn't go away. When I got back to the clearing and saw the cabin, I felt a bit safer. I remember thinking maybe I should just pack up and leave right then. But I had put a lot of effort into coming out here, and it seemed silly to run off just because of strange footprints. Instead, I locked the cabin door behind me, something I hadn't bothered to do before, and I ate something quickly. After lunch, I tried to distract myself. I had a small pile of firewood that needed splitting, and I figured some physical work would calm my nerves. While I chopped wood, I kept listening for anything unusual. Occasionally, I thought I heard something faint out there, maybe a branch snap, maybe a distant thud, but I couldn't be sure. The sound seemed to come from different directions, as if something big was moving slowly around the perimeter of my little clearing. Each time I stopped chopping, I heard nothing. Each time I started working again, I'd think I heard something else. Eventually, I got too jittery to keep at it. I decided to go inside and read for a bit. I had an old paperback mystery novel with me, and I tried to focus on the words, but I found myself rereading the same paragraph over and over because I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. It was around mid-afternoon when I heard a sound I can still remember perfectly. A low, guttural noise, something like a deep grunt or moan, coming from the direction of the forest. It wasn't super loud, but it was distinctive enough that I froze. It didn't sound like a bear or a cougar or any animal I could place. It sounded almost human, but not quite. There was a roughness to it, like a very deep voice clearing its throat, but 10 times louder and more resonant. My heart was racing. I grabbed my flashlight, even though it was still daytime. I wanted something sturdy in my hand, and crept to one of the windows. The cabin's windows faced out towards the forest line, and as I peered through the glass, I scanned the tree line carefully. At first, I saw nothing but trees, but then In a patch of shadow between two large pines, I caught a glimpse of something tall. It was dark, covered in what looked like thick hair or fur. At that distance, maybe 40 or 50 yards, I couldn't make out details of the face, but I saw the outline of broad shoulders and a head that sat directly on those shoulders, not much of a neck visible. It was big, easily taller than any person I'd ever seen. I guess maybe 7 or 8 feet tall, and it was just standing there, half concealed by the trunk, watching my cabin. I remember my hands shaking, and I think I whispered, "Oh my God," under my breath, as if that would help somehow. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it's just a person in a costume, maybe some local prank. But who would be out here in the middle of nowhere, and why would they just stand there like that? I couldn't find any good explanation. My stomach twisted, and I could actually feel sweat starting to form on my forehead. I decided to make a sudden noise just to see if it would run off. I stepped back and banged the side of the cabin wall with my flashlight. Just one loud bang. I moved back to the window and saw it was gone. That spot between the trees was empty. It vanished so quietly I hadn't even heard it move. At that point, I was convinced I wasn't dealing with a normal animal. I locked every door, closed every window, not that they'd do much if something really wanted in, and kept the fireplace going. I think having fire made me feel slightly safer, as if I could at least see inside clearly. Outside, the afternoon light was starting to fade, and I dreaded the idea of staying there overnight again. I considered leaving right away, but driving down that rough dirt road in the dark seemed like a bad idea. Still, I started to pack my things, just to be ready if I decided to bolt. As the daylight grew weaker, I kept hearing subtle noises outside. Soft thumps, occasional snaps of twigs, and once, a dragging sound like something heavy brushing against the undergrowth. I pictured massive hands pulling aside branches, huge footprints moving silently through the pine needles. I tried not to think too much about it, but I couldn't help it. The quiet presence out there was driving me crazy with fear. At some point, I worked up the courage to peek out the window again. The sky was an overcast gray, and the tree line was becoming a wall of shadows. I flicked on my flashlight and aimed it outside. For a second, I saw nothing. But then the beam caught a reflection, 2 eyes, shining back at me. They were high off the ground, higher than my own height, and they glowed in that odd way animal eyes sometimes do when you catch them with a light. I couldn't see the shape of the body well, just those eyes and a hint of a dark figure behind them. When the light hit them, the figure moved behind a tree, almost like it was avoiding the beam. But I saw enough. I saw that whatever it was tall, and it was staring right at my cabin. My breath came in short gasps. I backed away from the window, practically stumbling into the small table behind me. I grabbed a chair and wedged it under the doorknob, not that it would do much against something that big. The cabin walls are old, and I realized just how flimsy my shelter really was. If this thing wanted to get in, it could, plain and simple. I stood there in the dim interior light, heart pounding, thinking, what the hell am I supposed to do now? I don't own a gun, and I hadn't brought any real weapons, just a hatchet, which I used for splitting wood. I considered grabbing it, just in case. But what good would that do against something so large? I was practically shaking by then, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I tried to calm myself. Maybe it would lose interest. Maybe it would leave if I stayed quiet and non-threatening. As night fell, the silence outside turned into a suffocating presence. I could barely hear anything through the cabin walls, but every so often there'd be a soft rustling or a faint thump. I imagined it circling the clearing, checking for vulnerabilities, deciding what to do with me. My mind raced. Could I drive away now? I had a small pickup truck parked about 10 yards from the cabin. To get to it, I'd have to step out into the darkness. My flashlight was strong, but not that strong. I pictured myself fumbling with the keys, trying to start the engine while that thing emerged from behind the trees. The image made me feel sick. I ended up spending several hours just sitting on the edge of the bed, listening, waiting. The cabin has these old wooden floors that creak if you step on certain spots, and at one point I swore I heard something on the porch. There's a tiny, rickety porch out front, just a few planks of wood and a step. I heard a single creak, distinct from my own breathing or movements. It sounded like a footstep. I remember holding my breath for what felt like forever. I stared at the door, expecting the handle to jiggle, the door to burst open. I gripped the hatchet so tight my knuckles hurt. Nothing happened. Minutes passed, and all I could hear was my own pounding heart. I got off the bed and moved slowly towards the door. I pressed my ear against it, straining to hear any movement. I couldn't pick up anything else, just this overwhelming quiet. Then, out of nowhere, that guttural sound came again, closer this time. A deep, almost choking grunt. It sounded frustrated, maybe, or curious. I can't really label it. All I know is that it felt directed at me, like this thing knew I was inside and was making that noise to get a reaction. In that moment, I felt genuine terror. It's one thing to see strange footprints and guess there's a creature out there. It's another thing to know without a doubt that something massive and unknown is just feet away, separated from you by some old wood boards and a flimsy door. My instincts were screaming at me to run, to get out, but I was paralyzed by fear. I kept thinking, if I open that door, what if it's right there? What if it just grabs me? I don't know how long I stood there. Eventually, the silence returned. I forced myself to think logically. Maybe it's gone, maybe it left. But another voice in my head said it was still out there, just waiting. At some point, I mustered the courage to peek out a window on the opposite side of the cabin. This window looked out onto a small clearing with a stump and some old logs. I slowly lifted the curtain an inch. My flashlight was off, and it was pitch black outside, but my eyes had adjusted a bit. I didn't see anything at first, just shapes of the trees. Then, lightning quick, I caught a faint outline moving at the edge of the clearing. It moved in a way that was too smooth to be a bear or something like that. It was walking upright, I'm sure of it, with a kind of heavy sway to its steps. At that point, my fear started morphing into a desperate need to escape. I reasoned that if I stayed until morning, I might have a better chance at seeing it before it saw me. But I couldn't imagine surviving another 8 or 9 hours of darkness, just sitting there in total panic. Finally, after a long internal battle, I decided to make a run for the truck. I remember taking deep, silent breaths, trying to calm my shaking hands. I strapped on my boots quietly, took the flashlight, and gripped that hatchet. I planned it out. I'd open the door as quietly as possible, shine the flashlight around, and if I didn't see anything immediately, I'd bolt for the driver's seat, lock the doors, start the engine, and get the hell out of there. I got to the door and removed the chair I'd wedged under the knob. My heart was thumping so hard I was sure I'd alert the creature just with my heartbeat alone. Slowly, I eased the door open. It squeaked a bit and I winced, but nothing lunged at me from the darkness. I shone the flashlight around, left, right, straight ahead. Nothing, just the trees and the silent clearing. The porch was empty. The air outside was cold and smelled damp, like decaying leaves and wet earth. I could see my truck silhouetted against the dark line of the road beyond the clearing. I stepped out and immediately felt exposed. The beam of the flashlight was my only guide, and it created these twisting shadows everywhere. I tried to move quickly but quietly towards the truck. Every step I took seemed to echo, my boots crunching leaves, my jacket swishing slightly. About halfway to the truck, I heard a soft grunt off to my left. I whipped the flashlight in that direction, and for a split second, I saw it. Taller than I imagined, with a broad chest and long arms, covered in dark hair. Its face was partially hidden by shadow, but I saw large, dark eyes. There was no doubt it was watching me. I let out a noise I can only describe as a terrified gasp and sprinted the remaining steps to the truck. Fumbling with the keys, I managed to unlock the door and jump in. I locked the doors immediately. My hands were shaking so hard I had trouble getting the key into the ignition. Outside, my headlights were still off, just darkness. I started the engine, and as soon as I did, I switched on the headlights. The beams lit up the clearing, and for a brief moment, I saw the figure moving behind a tree. It stepped behind that thick trunk so smoothly that it almost seemed impossible. The headlights didn't catch its face fully, just the lower part of its arm and shoulder, which looked massive and muscular, not at all like a bear's forelimb. I didn't wait around. I put the truck into drive and pushed the accelerator, bouncing down the rough dirt path that led away from the cabin. The road was bad, potholes, rocks, branches, but I didn't care. I just wanted to create as much distance as possible. The whole way out, I kept checking my rearview mirror, expecting to see it chasing after me. I never did see it again, at least not that night. I reached a more developed road after what felt like ages, and I kept going until I was in Gold Hill. I pulled into a gas station parking lot and just sat there, breathing hard, trying to process what had happened. Part of me wanted to tell someone, to run up to the cashier and say, "You won't believe what I just saw." But I knew how ridiculous it would sound. I didn't have any proof, no photos, no samples, nothing. Just those footprints, those noises, and the sight of that massive shape in the woods. Who would believe me? I left Oregon not long after. I never told anyone this story in person, only anonymously online once or twice. Even now, I get chills thinking about it. I have no idea what that creature was, but it sure as hell wasn't a normal animal. It was intelligent in some way. It moved carefully. It watched me. It stayed hidden until it wanted me to see it. And I still remember the look in those eyes, even though I only saw them from a distance. They reflected my flashlight, but there was a hint of awareness there, an understanding that made my skin crawl. To this day, I can't explain what happened, and I can't fully convince myself it wasn't just some bizarre prank or hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. Something big, something unknown, lurking in the forests of Oregon. Something that made the wildlife go silent and made me question everything I thought I knew about what's out there. I guess I learned a lesson that night. No matter how familiar you think you are with a place, you never truly know what might be hiding just beyond the tree line. Since then, I've never gone back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. The silence, the footprints, the watching figure. I still feel that weight on my chest when I think about it. It happened, it ended, and I have no explanation. It's just something I carry with me, a memory that I'd rather not have but can't seem to shake. Story 13. I remember it was sometime in mid-2017, probably late August if I'm not mistaken. I had driven out to a remote spot near Timberwood, Oregon. Timberwood is a small town, not the kind of place you see on postcards, more like a speck on the map that you only know exists because you happen to drive through it. I'd been dealing with a bunch of personal issues at the time, family stuff, money troubles, and I just needed to get away from everything. I wanted a quiet spot where I could camp overnight, maybe do a little fishing in one of those small creeks that show up on local maps, and just clear my head. The area around Timberwood seemed perfect. Dirt roads, dense forests, and these crystal-clear streams that seemed to wind through the landscape like veins. Honestly, I'd never felt more drawn to a particular type of scenery than I was to that place. I took my car, an old beat-up sedan, nothing made for off-roading, and carefully made my way down a gravel road that, after a few miles, turned into just a packed dirt trail. The trees were tall, mostly fir and cedar if I recall correctly, and they formed this thick canopy overhead. The sunlight slipped through in patches, and as I got deeper into that back country, everything around me became quieter. Sure, I heard birds once in a while, and occasionally I'd spot a squirrel darting across the trail, but it was mostly quiet in a way that's impossible to find closer to towns or highways. It wasn't a silence that felt dead. It was more like nature's gentle hush. I actually felt calmer just being there. After driving for about maybe an hour or so beyond Timberwood's outskirts, I found a spot off the trail where the forest floor was relatively flat and clear of larger rocks. It looked like a place where maybe other people had camped before, because I noticed a small circle of stones that might have been a makeshift fire pit at some point. I parked the car at a slight angle between two big trees. Everything seemed fine. The sky was still bright, maybe 4 p.m. or so I had plenty of time to set up my gear. The tent wasn't complicated, a basic one-person dome tent with a rainfly. I pitched it without much trouble. Nearby, I could see a small creek just through a thinner line of trees. The water made a soft sound, and I remember thinking that this was exactly what I needed. A quiet night under the stars, with the soothing sound of running water, away from all the crap I'd been dealing with. I set out my foldable chair, set up a small camp stove, and heated some water for coffee. The sunlight had that late summer quality to it, warm but not blistering, and when it started to get lower, it cast these long shadows that made everything look more textured. I didn't have big plans, just make dinner, maybe read a little, then sleep early. I thought, at worst, I might get a visit from some curious raccoons or maybe a fox at night. I was well aware that bigger animals existed out there, bears, cougars, but I'd taken precautions. I had bear spray in the tent's side pocket, and I'd made sure not to cook right next to my sleeping spot to avoid leaving strong food scents where I'd be resting. As dusk settled in, the forest took on this richer, deeper hue. The green of the pines and firs almost looked black in low light. I remembered thinking that the woods felt older than they probably were, and it gave me a sense of humility. I felt like a guest, not like someone who owned the place. The breeze picked up slightly, just enough to stir the branches. I finished eating a simple meal, some canned soup and jerky, cleaned up, and put my food and trash into a sealed container that I hung from a tree branch a bit away from my campsite. It's a habit I picked up from reading about backcountry camping. Always keep your food away from where you sleep. By the time I crawled into my tent, it was fully dark. I had a small LED lantern inside, which gave off just enough light to read. I think I had a paperback novel with me, something I was only half interested in, just to pass the time. The sound of the stream nearby was relaxing, and the temperature was dropping to a nice, cool level. After a while, my eyes got heavy, and I turned off the lantern. I lay there, listening to the forest, distant hoots of an owl, the quiet rush of the creek, the soft rustle of leaves. I dozed off without much trouble. At some point in the night, I'm not sure what time it was because I didn't look at my phone immediately, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't a twig snapping or a single thump. It was more like a series of heavy footsteps, like something was walking steadily, heavily, around my campsite. I tried to rationalize it at first. Maybe it's a deer. Deer can make surprisingly loud noises when they move through brush. But this didn't quite sound like a four-legged animal. It sounded like something on 2 legs. Very heavy steps, each one coming with a noticeable crunch of leaves and sticks. The pace was slow and deliberate. My heart started pounding. I remember holding my breath and just listening, trying to figure out what the hell could be out there. I reached quietly for my bear spray. Just having it in my hand made me feel a little safer, though I was shaking. I had read stories about weird encounters in the woods before. People talk about strange noises, even sightings of big, tall, hairy creatures. But I never took that stuff seriously. It always seemed like folklore or someone misidentifying a bear. But that night, inside that flimsy nylon tent, I found myself suddenly open to the idea that something I couldn't readily explain was right outside. The footsteps moved slowly around the perimeter of my camp. I could hear them circling, not rushing, not darting in and out, but more like pacing, studying. The sound was close enough that I knew it was within maybe 20 to 30 feet of me. My mind raced. Could it be a person, some local hermit or a hiker who got lost? But why would a person be out here, in the middle of the night, walking around a single campsite silently, without calling out? Also, the weight of those steps sounded off, heavier than a normal person, more solid. Each footfall sounded like something that weighed easily twice what I did. The hair on my neck stood up. I didn't move a muscle. I tried to breathe shallowly through my nose because I was afraid even my breathing would be too loud. At one point, I mustered enough courage to lift my head slightly and peer through a tiny gap in the tent's fabric. The moonlight was faint, but enough to see shapes and outlines. My tent was positioned so that if I looked out toward where my car was parked, I might catch a glimpse of whatever was moving around. I saw a shadow first. It was tall, taller than any person I'd normally see. The shoulders or upper body looked broad, and it had this strange outline like it was covered in something uneven, fur or thick hair. I couldn't see details of the face, but I saw an arm or something like it reach out and briefly touch the edge of a tree near my car. It pulled back slowly. The creature's posture was upright, bipedal. I saw no evidence that it was on 4 legs at all. It stood like a human stands, but it was definitely not human. My chest tightened, and I felt cold sweat on my back. I lay back down slowly, terrified that any sudden movement or noise would draw its attention. At that moment, I had no plan. Running would be stupid. I didn't know how fast it could move, and I sure as hell didn't want it chasing me in the dark. Staying inside the tent felt like hiding under a thin sheet of paper from a monster, but what else could I do? My bear spray suddenly felt like a useless toy against something that size. I've never felt so vulnerable. My brain kept saying, "Don't provoke it, don't provoke it." The footsteps continued for a bit, moving around my campsite in a lazy pattern. Sometimes they'd stop for a moment and I'd think maybe it left, but then I'd hear them again, crunching softly, circling. The waiting was the worst part. Time felt stretched, like I was stuck in this horrible moment for an eternity. My heart hammered so hard, I worried it might hear the thumping. I tried to control my breathing, taking slow inhales through my nose, slow exhales through my mouth, just trying not to panic. At some point, maybe after what felt like 10 or 15 minutes, though it could have been less or more, I wasn't thinking straight. I heard the steps come closer to my tent. They were right outside. I could hear this low, rumbling breath, almost like a grunt or a heavy exhale. It came in slow intervals, like whatever this thing was, it was sniffing or just breathing heavily near the tent's fabric. My body went rigid. I could barely swallow. Then I heard a soft rustle as it moved past the edge of my tent and towards where I had hung my food bag. I remember hearing the rope creak slightly, as if something tugged at it. My mind raced. If this thing wants food, maybe it'll just take it and leave. But what if it gets frustrated or curious about me? My car was right there, but I didn't dare try to get up and run for it. The creature eventually moved away from where the food was. I didn't hear it rummaging through anything. Instead, I just heard it pacing again, now moving a bit farther out. I caught another glimpse through the tent gap, just a shadowy outline, tall, massive, with a head that seemed to sit directly on its shoulders. not much of a neck visible. It paused, turning slightly as if scanning the area. The presence was overwhelming. It was like I could feel its gaze, even if I couldn't see its eyes. After a while, maybe it got bored or decided I wasn't a threat. I heard the footsteps move off in the direction of the creek. It didn't run away. It just walked slowly, confidently, as if it belonged there, and I was just some temporary intruder. I waited, trying to distinguish the fading sound of steps from the normal forest noises. Eventually, everything was quiet again. I didn't move. I must have stayed completely still for at least another 20 or 30 minutes, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what just happened. When I finally got the courage to move, my legs were stiff and my shirt was soaked with sweat. I tried to sleep after that, but couldn't. I just lay there, listening, every small sound making me jump. I must have drifted off at some point close to dawn, because when I opened my eyes again, there was a faint light outside. The sense of relief that came with daylight was huge. I felt safer being able to see around me. Carefully, I unzipped the tent and peeked out. The campsite looked normal at first glance. My car was where I left it. Nothing seemed trashed or disturbed. But when I stepped out and walked a few feet, I noticed the footprints. They were large impressions in the dirt around my campsite. The ground was soft and covered with a mix of pine needles and loose soil, so the prints weren't perfect, but they were clearly footprints, long, wide prints that looked like a giant human's bare feet. I'm not a tracker, but these were definitely bigger than any human foot I'd ever seen. I placed my own boot next to one print to compare. The print dwarfed my size 10 boot, both in length and width. I could see a defined heel and what looked like toes. There were several of these prints going around the tent, near the tree where I had hung my food, and then leading off toward the creek. I followed them a short distance until the ground got rockier near the water, and they disappeared. I didn't see any fur or hair, no scat, nothing else. Just these massive footprints in the soil. I felt a surge of adrenaline just seeing that physical evidence. It confirmed that I wasn't half asleep and imagining things. Something big, bipedal, and quiet enough to roam around at night had been watching me. The hairs on my arms stood up again. I knew at that point that I wanted to get the hell out of there. I had no intention of sticking around for another night. If it came back, I didn't want to be there. Even though it hadn't attacked me or even directly threatened me, just knowing it was out there and could have done who knows what was enough. I quickly packed my tent and gear, stuffing everything sloppily into the trunk of my car. My mind was racing with questions. What exactly did I see? What kind of animal leaves footprints like that, moves silently, and stands upright like a person? I'd read about Bigfoot sightings before, sure, but always took them as tall tales. Now I wasn't so sure. I kept looking over my shoulder as I packed up, expecting to see a massive shape lurking behind a tree. But I saw nothing. The morning was calm. The birds were singing. Everything looked normal, except for those prints. As I started the engine and pulled out, I noticed the forest felt quiet again, almost like it was holding a secret. The drive back into Timberwood felt longer than it was. I caught myself checking the rearview mirror, paranoid that something might follow me. Of course, nothing did. The dirt road eventually turned back into gravel, and then I hit the main road leading into town. People were out and about, going about their lives. No one had any idea what I'd just experienced. I thought about stopping at a cafe or a local gas station and telling someone, but who would believe me? Some stranger rolling into town with a crazy story about a giant creature in the woods. They'd probably laugh or think I was on something. I decided not to say a word. Over the next few days, I couldn't get that night out of my head. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear standing on its hind legs. Maybe my flashlight or the moonlight played tricks on me. Maybe I was half dreaming. But the footprints, I just couldn't explain those. I searched online for similar sightings in the area. I found a few anonymous posts from people who claimed to have seen something in the Oregon forests, tall, hairy, human-like figures. The stories sounded eerily similar. Some just saw a large shape. Some heard weird vocalizations. Others found footprints. None of it provided a concrete answer, but it made me feel less alone, less like I was losing my mind. I don't have a neat conclusion. This wasn't a Hollywood story with a grand climax. The creature never attacked me, never made a big show of its presence. It just walked around my camp, watched me, maybe tested my boundaries, and then left. I never went back to that exact spot. In fact, I got more cautious on future camping trips, and honestly, I avoid going too deep into remote areas alone now. I can't shake the feeling that these places aren't empty. Something is out there that doesn't want to be seen, but occasionally it lets itself be seen or heard. And when that happens, you understand that all those stories you brushed off as nonsense might have a grain of truth. To this day, I don't have a clear explanation for what I encountered. I just know what I heard and what I saw. Massive footprints, heavy steps circling my tent, and a huge, shadowy figure moving upright in the night. The memory still gives me chills. Sometimes I think maybe it was just curious. Maybe it knew I was scared and decided to leave me alone. Or maybe it was just passing through. Whatever the reason, that night changed the way I think about being alone in nature. There are things we don't fully understand, things that remain hidden in plain sight. People laugh and say if Bigfoot were real, we'd have caught it by now. But I think these creatures, if they exist, are incredibly good at staying out of sight, showing themselves only when they want to. That night in 2017 near Timberwood, I got a glimpse of that world, and it still haunts me. I've kept quiet about it for a long time. It's been years now, and I still can't shake the feeling I got that night. But writing it down here, at least, gives me some relief. I can't prove what I saw. I don't have pictures. I don't have samples. I only have my memory of that night, those footprints, and that hulking shape against the moonlight. And that has to be enough. It happened. It ended. And I still don't know why. It's just something I carry with me, a reminder that we don't know everything about this world, and that sometimes it's best to leave well enough alone. Story 14. I'm not really sure how to start this. I've been going back and forth in my head, wondering if I should even write this down. It still rattles me just thinking about it. But I guess I'll just say it straight out. I'm convinced that I saw something out there near Desolation Creek last summer. Something that wasn't just a bear or a big animal. I know that probably sounds crazy, and trust me, I wish it was just my imagination. But I can't ignore what I saw, heard, and felt that day. This happened in June of 2020. I remember the exact month and year because I'd just gotten out of a rough relationship, and everything in my life felt turned upside down. I needed some space to think, to get my head cleared. I had this old Chevy truck and a small cooler full of drinks, and I decided to drive out to the area near Pine Harbor, Oregon. There's a creek out there called Desolation Creek, real remote, kind of off the beaten path. I'm not from Oregon originally, but I'd been living there a while, and I'd heard from a few locals that it was a pretty spot if you like being away from everything. I wanted to fish. Nothing fancy, I'm not even that good at fishing, but I thought just sitting by the water, maybe catching something, maybe just staring at the trees, would help me calm down. That morning, I woke up early, threw my fishing gear in the back of my truck, got some drinks and snacks in a cooler, and drove out. It took me a couple of hours to get there. I remember the roads getting narrower, the trees thicker. By the time I made it close to Desolation Creek, I barely saw any other cars, just empty gravel roads and thick forest on both sides. When I reached a spot that looked good enough, there was a small clearing by the creek, and I could easily walk down to the bank. I parked my truck. I didn't see any signs of other people. No one fishing, no one hiking, nothing. It was just me and the trees and the water. It actually felt nice at first. Peaceful. I got my stuff, walked down close to the creek, set my folding chair down, and started rigging up my rod. The water was pretty clear, and I could see little darting shapes of fish. Nothing too big, but enough to keep me occupied for the morning. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe an hour, maybe more. I'd caught one small trout and let it go. I remember taking a swig from a soda can and thinking how quiet everything was. Then, at some point, I noticed it wasn't just quiet. It was dead silent. Before I'd heard birds, the rustling of leaves, maybe a distant squirrel or something moving around. But suddenly, it was as if the entire forest went on mute. No wind, no birds, nothing. Just my own breathing and the soft gurgle of the creek. It's weird how you notice that kind of silence. It wasn't normal. I got this uneasy feeling like something heavy was in the air. I've been out in the woods before, and sure, sometimes it gets quiet, but not like that. This felt oppressive. I started looking around, checking the tree line. I remember thinking, maybe there's a predator nearby. Mountain lions, bears, those are out there. It made sense that if something big was around, the smaller animals would shut up and stay hidden. I got up from my chair. Slowly, I walked a bit up the bank, looking around. I had a small camera with me, nothing special, just one of those older digital cameras I kept in my truck's glove box. I took it out, thinking if I saw a big animal, maybe I'd snap a picture. Part of me was excited at the possibility of seeing a bear or something like that. But as I scanned the tree line, I caught a glimpse of movement. Something dark, tall. It moved behind a cluster of pines maybe 30 yards from where I stood. I froze. Whatever it was upright. For a split second I thought it was a man, but it was too broad, too tall, and the way it moved was different. Not a smooth human stride. It kind of hunched and swayed like it wasn't used to being spotted. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I raised the camera, trying to focus in on that spot, but I couldn't get a clear look. The thing moved too quickly. It passed behind a thick trunk, and then I just didn't see it anymore. Now I felt nervous. I was telling myself, that had to be a person, right? Some hunter in a ghillie suit, or maybe a big guy wearing dark clothes. But why would he hide like that? And out here in the middle of nowhere, not making a sound. My mind started racing. I wanted to believe it was a person, but deep down, I knew something was off. I know what a person looks like when they move, and this thing's proportions seemed wrong. The shoulders too wide, the head just kind of blended into the upper body, no neck visible. It was big, way taller than me. I'm about 5'10", and this thing seemed like it would tower over me if it stood close. I stood there for a minute, not sure what to do. I considered leaving right then, but my truck was a short walk up a small slope, and to get there I'd have to turn my back to the woods. That made me nervous. I tried to keep calm, but the silence kept pressing in, making my nerves worse. After a few minutes of nothing happening, I forced myself to slowly back away, picking up my gear as quietly as I could. No sudden moves, I told myself. Just get to the truck and get out of here. As I neared my truck, I kept looking over my shoulder. I still heard nothing, and I couldn't see any movement. When I reached the truck, I tossed my gear in the back, not caring about organizing it. I just wanted to leave. But before I climbed into the driver's seat, I noticed something on the ground, not too far from my door. Footprints. They were huge, like massive footprints pressed into the soft earth. At first, I thought maybe a bear's paw print. But no, these looked like elongated human-like footprints, except way bigger than any human I've ever met, and the stride between them was long. The tracks were pressed deep into the soil, like whatever made them was heavy. My skin crawled. The silence, the weird sighting, and now these impossible footprints. I took a quick picture with my phone, my hands shaking. The prints were freakishly large, maybe twice the size of my boot. The toes, yes, I could make out toes, looked too defined to be a bear's print. I've seen bear tracks before, and they have a certain shape. This was different. I didn't know what to do. I kept thinking, this can't be real. I'm just stressed. I just went through a breakup. Maybe I'm losing it. But the prints were right there in front of me. I decided I'd had enough. I jumped into the truck, started it up, and began to drive out. The truck rattled along the rough road, and as I was leaving, I glanced in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it, just for a second. I caught a glimpse of a large, dark figure stepping out onto the edge of the clearing I'd just left. It was farther away this time, maybe 50 or 60 yards behind me, but I could see the outline clearly. It was massive, its arms longer than a human's proportion would be, its body covered in what looked like dark, shaggy hair. I think it saw me looking in the mirror because it seemed to hunch down, and then it moved so fast it almost blurred into the tree line. I slammed my foot on the gas, heart hammering like crazy. My truck bounced over bumps and rocks in the path. I was terrified of breaking an axle or blowing a tire, but the fear of what was behind me was stronger than any fear of damaging the truck. I must have driven a solid 5 or 10 minutes before I even thought to slow down. The forest around me didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like something could jump out at any second. As I finally slowed to navigate a tighter turn, I felt a sudden, heavy thump against the rear side of my truck. The whole vehicle shuddered. I nearly lost control and had to jerk the wheel to keep from sliding off the trail. My mind went blank for a second, just pure panic. I looked in the side mirror and saw something, a giant shape, dart behind a tree. It had hit my truck. It actually rammed it from behind or from the side. I couldn't believe what was happening. It felt surreal, like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I stomped on the gas again, not caring about the noise. I just wanted distance. My truck isn't fast, but I pushed it as hard as I could. In the rearview mirror, I saw the silhouette again, running on 2 legs, arms pumping, chasing after me. It kept up for a few seconds, maybe more, and then it just stopped. I didn't see it break off the chase. It kind of faded back into the trees. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. The adrenaline made me feel nauseous. My hands were shaking, my mouth was dry. I kept looking in the mirrors, expecting it to appear again. But it never did. Eventually, the trees thinned out, and I got onto a slightly better maintained road. After what felt like hours, but was probably just another 20 minutes, I came across a small gas station. It wasn't anything big, just a single pump and a small convenience store. A guy was inside, probably the owner or the clerk. I pulled up, trying to appear normal, but I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. When I stepped out to pay for gas, I could feel my knees trembling. The clerk asked if I was all right. I remember that clearly. He said something like, "You okay, buddy?" And I just mumbled something about seeing a strange animal in the woods. I didn't say what I really saw. Who would believe that? He gave me a weird look and nodded slowly. He probably thought I was either drunk or on something, or just a weirdo who got spooked by a bear. I didn't care. I just wanted to get back home. On the drive back to my place, I kept replaying the events in my head, the silence, the dark figure, the footprints, the attack on my truck, the chase. It all felt unreal. But the dents in the side of my truck were real enough. I had a couple of noticeable dents on the rear panel. It looked like something big had slammed into it. When I got home, I parked and just sat there for a while. My heart rate was still high. I felt like I'd been through some intense survival situation. I spent the next few days in a kind of haze. I tried to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was a bear with some weird gait, maybe a big guy playing a prank, but nothing fit perfectly. Bears don't leave footprints that look like giant human feet, and no human could run that fast through dense forest, then vanish. Plus, the silence that fell before I saw it, that wasn't normal. Even now I can't fully describe how unsettling that was. A few days later, after I settled down a bit, I told my friend Derek about it. Derek is the kind of guy who's into weird stories, conspiracy theories, stuff like that. I expected him to laugh, but he actually took me seriously. I showed him the photos on my phone, the blurry footprint shots. They weren't great pictures, but you could see something unusual. Derek zoomed in, tried to analyze them. He started talking about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. I'm not a believer in that stuff, at least I wasn't before. But I couldn't deny what I saw, and Derek's enthusiasm made me feel less crazy. Derek actually convinced me to go back with him. This was maybe a week or two later, not on the same day, obviously, but I need to share this because it ties into the final conclusion I reached. We went out there with better cameras, a rifle, just in case, and more caution. I was scared to step foot in those woods again, but part of me wanted some closure. Maybe I missed something. Maybe we'd find footprints and realize they were just distorted bear prints. When we got back near the creek area, the atmosphere was tense. We found some odd hairs caught on a branch, dark and thick, not like human hair, more like animal fur. We didn't see any monstrous figure that day. But as the sun started going down, we heard this distant low grunt or howl. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was enough to send chills down my spine. Derek looked at me, eyes wide, and we both decided to get the hell out of there. We didn't stay to investigate further. We left with just a few suspicious hairs and some blurry footprints from the first day's photos. Not really concrete proof of anything, but I know what I experienced. Whatever is out there, it's big, it's fast, and it doesn't want to be seen. After that second visit, I made up my mind. I'm not going back. I respect that there are things in the wilderness we don't understand, and I'd rather not provoke them or become some missing person case that people whisper about. I haven't told many people this story. Mostly I kept it to myself and close friends. The reactions I got were mixed. Some laughed, some showed genuine concern, others just told me I saw a bear and need to move on. But I know how I felt that day. I felt watched. I felt hunted. That's the best way I can describe it. When I was backing away to my truck, I had that primal sensation that something was stalking me, deciding whether to show itself or not. And when it rammed my truck, that sealed it for me. This wasn't just an animal curious about a human. It felt like a territorial, possibly aggressive creature. I never reported it to any authorities. What would I say? Hey, I think I saw Bigfoot and it attacked my truck. They'd roll their eyes, write it off as nonsense, so I just kept quiet. I tried to push it out of my head, but sometimes I still dream about it. In my dreams, I'm back at that creek, fishing quietly, and then everything goes silent again. I turn around, and it's standing right there, closer than it ever was in real life, staring at me with eyes I can barely see beneath thick hair, breathing heavily. I always wake up sweating. Since then, I've done a bit of reading online, checking out forums and other people's accounts. It's surprising how many stories are out there. People claiming to have seen tall, hairy creatures in the Pacific Northwest. Many sound ridiculous, but some have little details that ring true to me. The sudden silence, the huge footprints, the feeling of being watched. It's unnerving to realize that I might have joined their ranks. Before my encounter, I would have rolled my eyes at these stories. Now I'm one of those people posting strange experiences and hoping someone believes me. I guess I'm sharing this now because I need to get it off my chest. I still don't fully understand what happened. I don't have a neat conclusion. I can't say it must have been Bigfoot, but I also can't think of a better explanation. A bear doesn't match what I saw. A human in a costume wouldn't move that fast or be able to vanish so easily. And what kind of person would risk doing that out there with no audience and even ram a moving truck? The worst part is knowing I have no closure. After that second trip with Derek, we never returned. Derek is still curious and sometimes jokes about going back someday, but I told him I'm done. I don't think I could handle another face-off with whatever is out there. Not because I'm just physically scared, but because it shook something in me. It made me realize that we don't always know what's hidden in these remote places. We might think we're the apex predators or the smartest beings around, but maybe we're not as alone as we think. And maybe these creatures, if that's what it was, prefer it that way. They don't come strolling into town, and they don't pose for pictures. They stay hidden, and when someone stumbles onto them, they make sure that person leaves with more questions than answers. That's what I'm left with. Questions. I question what I saw, what I heard, why the forest went silent, why it seemed to single me out, and why it decided to let me go. In the end, all I can say is that I'm certain I encountered something truly strange that day near Desolation Creek. I wish I could wrap this up with some neat final statement like, I know now that Bigfoot is real, or I must have hallucinated. But I don't know either of those things. All I know is what I experienced firsthand, and that's something I'll never forget. The memory is burned into my mind. The hush of the forest, the giant footprints, the massive dark figure slipping between trees, the heavy impact on my truck, and the horrifying chase that lasted only a few seconds, but felt like a lifetime. I haven't gone back to that area, and I don't think I ever will. Every time I think of Desolation Creek now, a chill runs down my spine. There's no comfort in the idea of returning. I'd rather remember it as a closed chapter, one that ended as abruptly as it began. The silence that fell over the forest that day never really left me. It still echoes in my mind, reminding me that something out there watches from the shadows, something we can't fully explain or understand. All I can do is live with that knowledge and move on, even though I know I'll never truly put it behind me. Story 15. Back in 2019, I used to spend a lot of time near this old abandoned mill on the outskirts of a small town called Juneau in Idaho. I'm not from Juneau originally, but I'd moved out there a few years before and found that place by accident while hiking around. The mill was this old structure, mostly wood, but reinforced with iron parts that had long since rusted. Over the decades, it had been swallowed up by nature. Moss covered the planks, vines and ivy wrapped around beams, and the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves surrounded the area. It felt like I had stepped a century back in time whenever I entered it, and that's probably why I kept going back. It was one of those places where the world goes quiet, and you can almost feel the past pressing against your skin. I know it might sound strange, but I never saw another soul there. It was my private getaway, a spot where I could take photos of odd angles, rusted gears, and old iron hooks, and jot down weird notes and sketches in my battered notebook. That day, it must have been late summer, early afternoon, maybe around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, was different from the start. I remember the weather. It was warm, but there was this subtle humidity, and the sky felt heavier than usual. I'd parked my car at the usual dirt patch off the main road. I had my old DSLR camera slung around my neck, and my notebook tucked into my jacket pocket. I carried a small flashlight too, even during the day, because the inside of that mill could be pretty dark in places. The mill was maybe a 20-minute walk from where I parked. The path wasn't really a path, just a narrow trail made by deer or other animals, and I had to weave around fallen logs and the occasional thorny shrub. I remember thinking that the woods felt quieter that afternoon. Normally you'd hear birds, maybe some squirrels rustling around, but that day it was like the forest was holding its breath. When I approached the mill, the first thing I noticed was that something had changed. Part of the outer wall, the side facing a small creek, had collapsed further. The structure had always been somewhat unstable, I knew that, but I guess a recent storm might have knocked something loose. Anyway, where there used to be just a wall of rotten wood and tangled vines, there was now a gap, like a small opening I hadn't seen before. I was curious, of course. I'd spent months exploring that place and thought I knew every corner. Finding a new angle or a new room was like hitting a jackpot for me. I went in through my usual route, the main entrance, which was just a big opening where a door must have once been. Inside, it was gloomy but familiar. Large wooden beams, old stone support pillars, and the remains of machinery that had once milled grain or something else decades ago. The floor was uneven, partly dirt and partly old planks. There were rusted metal pipes and a broken pulley system. I'd taken countless photos of these details over time, trying to capture the texture of the rust and the patterns of decay. I remember walking toward the new opening I'd seen from outside. The hole in the wall created a new shaft of light, cutting through the dim interior. Dust motes drifted in it. As I got closer, I noticed something that made me pause. The air smelled different there. It had a heavier, almost animal smell, kind of like wet fur mixed with old leaves and something else I couldn't identify. I thought maybe a raccoon or a fox had made a den inside. Not impossible. I've run into small animals there before, never anything too large though. Certainly nothing dangerous. Still, I felt a slight chill crawl up my neck, but I pushed it away. I was just excited to find something new. Leaning forward, I saw that the collapsed wall revealed a part of the interior I hadn't been able to access before. A narrow corridor that seemed to run behind what I had always assumed was just a solid wall of wood. This corridor was tight, maybe a couple of feet wide, and lined with old wooden boards. The floor there was stone, though, and very uneven. I had to angle my shoulders to fit through. I turned on my flashlight even though there was still some natural light from the hole behind me, and I started carefully moving forward. My boots scraped against the floor, and I tried to be as quiet as possible, not wanting to scare any animal inside. I thought maybe I'd find some old tools or a hidden room I could photograph. I must have only gone about 10 or 15 feet when I heard this metallic sound. It was faint at first, like metal being dragged across stone. My first thought was something had fallen, maybe a piece of old metal roofing sliding down. But it had a rhythmic pattern to it, like a scrape, pause, scrape again. I stood still, listening, holding my breath. The corridor bent slightly to the left, so I couldn't see what was at the end. I could feel my pulse pick up. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe water dripping on a piece of metal causing it to shift. Maybe an animal was stuck on some old wire and trying to get loose. Still, that sound got under my skin. It reminded me of nails on a chalkboard, but heavier and more deliberate. I kept the flashlight low near my waist and crept closer. Each step seemed to make the floor creak or shift under me. The smell intensified as I went further in. It felt stale, like something had been living in there for a long time. When I turned the corner, I saw a shape about 30 feet ahead. It was taller than any person I'd ever seen, easily well over 7 feet. It was hunched slightly, covered in thick, dark hair, and its limbs were long and oddly proportioned. At first, my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. It looked vaguely humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, but its shoulders were massive, and the hair covering it seemed matted in some places. It was holding something in its hands, something heavy and metallic that it was dragging along the stone floor. I couldn't fully make it out at that moment, but the sound I'd heard matched the motion of that object. It was just slowly scraping it forward. I froze. It's strange how your body reacts in these moments. I didn't scream or gasp. I just felt all the blood drain from my face. My heart hammered so hard I thought I might faint. I remember my flashlight trembling in my hand, causing the beam to jitter on the creature's back. I wanted to back away, run, do anything, but I was rooted to the spot for a few seconds, trying to process what the hell I was looking at. Nothing made sense. Nothing about this creature belonged there or anywhere I knew. It looked like a nightmare, like those stories people tell about Bigfoot or Sasquatch, but I'd never believed in that stuff. And yet, here it was. Then it turned its head, very slowly, and I saw its face, or at least part of it. The corridor was dim, and the light was poor, but I saw eyes reflecting my flashlight beam. They weren't glowing red or anything dramatic like that, but they caught the light like an animal's would, making them look bright against the darkness. I could see the outline of a broad, flat face, more ape-like than human, but somehow different. It didn't bare its teeth or roar at first. It just looked confused, like it hadn't expected me to be there. It made a low sound, a deep, rumbling grunt that I felt in my chest. It was like a question, like it was saying, "What are you doing here?" I knew I had to get out. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. I tried to take a silent step back, but the old floor betrayed me. One of the boards creaked loudly beneath my boot. That sound snapped the creature out of its confusion. It jerked upright, towering at its full height. Its arms seemed even longer now, reaching almost to its knees. It let out another noise, this time more aggressive, and I swear I heard something like a growl mixed with a strange clicking sound. Without warning, it lunged forward, moving much faster than I would have ever imagined something that big could move. I didn't think. I just turned and bolted. The corridor was so narrow that I banged my shoulder into the side, dropping my flashlight for a second. I had to fumble to pick it up while trying not to panic. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, hitting the ground with force, each step echoing. The corridor seemed longer now, like it had stretched somehow, or maybe it was just the adrenaline surging through me. All I could think about was the image of that towering figure chasing me. I forced my legs to move faster, practically throwing myself around the bend and back into the main part of the mill. I could hear it breathing. That was the worst part. It had this ragged breathing, loud and uneven. I didn't dare look back. I crashed through the mill's interior, jumping over some old debris, my camera swinging wildly. I remember hitting my knee against something metal and feeling a sharp pain, but I didn't stop. I was sure that if I slowed down for even a second, it would catch me. The old mill was like a maze, and I knew it better than anyone. But panic does horrible things to your sense of direction. I took a wrong turn first, ending up in a corner where I'd once found some old hooks and chains, and had to double back. As I scrambled away, I caught a glimpse behind me and saw the creature entering the main area. I only saw it for a split second, but it was enough to confirm my worst fear. It was definitely following me. I saw its broad shoulders squeeze past a broken beam, its head turning side to side, as if trying to pinpoint me by sound or sight. The light was better in the main hall, and I caught more detail. The hair was dark brown, patchy in places, and its forearms were thick, ending in hands that looked almost human, but with thicker fingers. I thought I saw claws, but I can't say for sure. I didn't stick around to look. I ran for the exit. The crunch of old wood and rusted metal under my boots felt deafening. I think I was whimpering, making these quiet sobbing sounds without even realizing it. When I finally spotted the big opening that served as a doorway, I launched myself at it, bursting out into the sunlight. The sudden brightness outside hit me, and I blinked hard. I wanted to see if it followed me out, but I was too terrified to glance over my shoulder. The forest outside felt different now, oppressive, silent. I just sprinted down the trail, pushing branches out of the way, stumbling over roots, cutting my forearms on sharp twigs. My backpack, which I sometimes took with me, had been left in the car that day, so luckily I didn't have any extra weight slowing me down. The run back to my car seemed to take forever. I kept expecting to feel a hand, a claw, a paw, whatever it had, wrap around my neck or shoulder. Every snap of a twig, every rustle I thought was it closing in on me, but I never heard it crashing through the brush. If it followed me, it did it silently, which might be worse than hearing it. My lungs burned, my throat felt dry, and I was drenched in sweat by the time I reached my car. I jumped in, slammed the door, locked it, and sat there for a moment just panting, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. Only after a full minute or two did I dare to look in the rearview mirror, expecting to see that hulking figure stepping out of the woods. But there was nothing, just trees and the empty dirt patch. I started the engine and tore out of there, kicking up gravel behind me. I don't know how I made it back to Juneau without crashing because my hands were shaking and my mind felt like it was still racing through that corridor. When I reached town, I parked outside the small police station. It's not a big town, so the station is more of a small building with a sheriff and a couple of deputies. I remember walking in, sweating, dirty, and a total mess, trying to explain what I'd just seen. I must have sounded insane. The sheriff looked at me with a mix of concern and doubt. He didn't mock me, which I appreciated. He just listened quietly. He said something along the lines of there being strange rumors around those parts. Old stories, but nothing anyone could confirm. He promised to check it out, maybe send someone over there. I knew deep down that if that creature was smart enough to live out there unnoticed, it would also be smart enough to vanish when people came looking. Still, I left the station feeling a tiny bit better that at least I'd told someone official. I went home. I was renting a small cottage a few miles from town, and spent the night jumping at every sound, every creak of the old wooden floors. I kept picturing those eyes catching the beam of my flashlight, those massive shoulders, and that dragging metallic sound. What had it been doing there? What was that heavy object it was dragging? Why had it chosen that mill to hide in? The next day, I got a call from the sheriff. He said they went out there to take a look. They found signs that someone, or something, had been in that mill. Some disturbed debris, a few strange marks on the floor, and even some hair caught on a broken beam. The sheriff said it was odd, but not conclusive. Could have been a bear with mange, he suggested, or a prankster in a gorilla suit. They didn't find any large footprints, no big nests, and no giant creature waiting in the shadows. He told me to keep an eye out and call if I saw anything else. I could hear it in his voice. He thought I might have let my imagination run wild. But I know what I saw. I've never doubted it, even when I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just a trick of the light or an animal, and my fear exaggerated it. That thing was real. It was tall and strong and intelligent enough to react to my presence. Its eyes held this weird awareness, like it understood I was something different, something not welcome. I stopped going to the mill after that. I haven't set foot near that place since 2019. Just driving past the road that leads to it makes me uneasy. Sometimes I still have nightmares about being trapped in that narrow corridor, flashlight flickering, with that creature behind me. I never really got closure. People in town don't talk about it much. Once in a while I'd hear rumors, someone claiming they saw something in the woods, strange howls at night, missing livestock. But rumors are just that. The sheriff didn't push the issue, and I didn't either. I'm just a nobody who saw something I can't explain. It's been a few years, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I was into photography and liked old abandoned places, that's all. I wasn't looking for monsters, wasn't expecting to find anything that would flip my idea of reality upside down. But now I know the world is weirder than I thought. The scariest part is thinking how close I was. If I had walked a bit slower, if I hadn't noticed the sound, if I had approached it too quickly, would I be here to tell this story? That thing could have grabbed me easily. It looked like it could tear a person apart. The sheer size and strength it radiated were enough to make me realize how vulnerable I really was. No cell signal out there. No one even knew exactly where I was. If I had gone missing, people would think I just got lost or fell into a ravine. Nobody would know I ran into something that shouldn't exist. What makes it even more unsettling is that it never tried to vocalize in a way I'd understand. It just made those low grunts and that clicking sound. It didn't communicate like a human would, but it also didn't roar like a wild beast. It was something in between, a mix of intelligence and raw animal instinct. That's what keeps me awake sometimes, wondering what it was thinking, what it would have done if I hadn't run. I still have the photos I took at the mill on previous visits, and sometimes I look at them. They show rusted gears, broken machinery, moss-covered beams, ordinary scenes of abandonment and decay. But now, knowing what I know, those photos feel ominous. I wonder if it was always there, watching me from some hidden nook while I snapped pictures, completely oblivious. Maybe that hole in the wall just gave me a glimpse into its hidden domain, and I intruded. I've told a few friends, and they mostly just nod politely or laugh it off. I can see it's hard to believe. A giant, hairy creature in an abandoned mill. Sounds like a campfire story, but I know better. The memory is too vivid, the fear too real. My legs shook, my throat closed up, and I tasted copper in my mouth from breathing so hard. I know what fear feels like, and that wasn't imagination. Whenever I think about going back, just to prove something to myself, a wave of dread hits me. I can't imagine standing in that corridor again, flashlight in hand, listening for that scraping metal sound. I can't imagine facing those eyes again. I don't want to know what it was. The not knowing is bad, but knowing might be worse. What if I find evidence that it's still there, or even that there are more like it? No, it's better to leave it alone. Better to let the mill rot away until nature takes it completely. To this day, I still get chills remembering that moment when it turned and our eyes met. It felt like the forest held its breath, like everything froze for an instant. Just me and this impossible creature, each acknowledging the other's presence. That's not something I wanted or asked for. It just happened. And it ended as quickly as it began. A few seconds of a stare, and then chaos. It chased me, I escaped, and that was it. I have no grand conclusion. I don't have a body, no hair samples, no clear photos, just a memory and a terror that still lingers. The sheriff didn't find anything definitive, and I doubt anyone else who goes there will either. It was a perfect encounter for it. If it wanted to remain a myth, it did a damn good job. I never heard of anyone else encountering it since. Maybe it moved on. Maybe it's still out there waiting. I have no idea. All I know is I won't be the one to find out. If there's any lesson in this, it might just be that some places are better left unexplored. The world has corners where things hide that we can't explain. The old abandoned mill near Juneau, Idaho, was one such corner for me. Maybe for someone else, it's a cave in the Rockies or a stretch of forest in the Pacific Northwest. I'm not here to convince anyone. I'm just telling what I experienced, as honestly as I can. I can still feel the rough wood of the mill's corridors under my fingertips, smell the stale, humid air, and hear that scraping metal echoing in the dark. I can still see that massive figure, how it looked over its shoulder, confused and then enraged. I can feel the panic that fueled my legs as I sprinted out into the sunshine, desperate and shaking, and after all these years, that's what sticks with me. The raw, unfiltered fear and the undeniable certainty that I encountered something not meant for human eyes. I've stopped trying to figure out what it was. I know people will say Bigfoot, and maybe that's as close as anyone can get. But I don't really care about naming it. For me, it's not about labels. It's about the experience. The day I stumbled into a part of the world I wasn't supposed to see and came face to face with something I can't explain. It ended as abruptly as it began. I ran. It didn't follow, at least not out in the open, and that was that. The old mill still stands, I think, though I've not been back to confirm. And as much as I hate to admit it, that's the end of my story. It happened. I can't explain it. And I still feel uneasy every time I think about it. Story 16. I've never really talked about this before in any public space. Back in 1999, I was living in a small community near Bakersfield, Washington. It's not the Bakersfield most people think of in California. It's a tiny place up north, tucked in around some seriously dense forest land. I lived there for a few years. It was the kind of place where everyone more or less knew everyone else, or at least recognized faces. At that time, I was in my mid-30s and pretty into spending my weekends outdoors. The area wasn't developed much, and the forests felt ancient. The trees were huge, their canopies thick, and the undergrowth was always a bit tangled. Most people stuck to well-known trails or didn't bother going too deep. But I liked exploring places that weren't on any map and weren't mentioned in those cheap trail guides you'd find at the local general store. On this particular Saturday, I decided to take a route I'd only heard about from an older guy who was somewhat of a local oddball. He'd once mentioned a trail that split off from a barely noticeable deer path. He said it was overgrown and led into parts of the forest that most folks didn't bother with. I figured maybe I could find a hidden fishing spot or a neat view. I left just after sunrise, that pale morning light filtering through the old pines. I remember the smell of wet earth. It had rained lightly the night before, and the hint of moss and ferns that was always in the air in those woods. I parked my old truck on a patch of dirt off a logging road. This logging road was barely maintained, just a rough gravel strip cutting through the trees. I locked up, took a small backpack with water, a couple of snacks, a basic first aid kit, and my old folding knife. I didn't carry a gun back then, which I sometimes regret. Not that I think it would have helped much. The moment I set off into the forest, I noticed how quiet it was. Normally, that early in the day, I'd hear all sorts of bird activity, woodpeckers tapping, small songbirds calling out to each other, the distant hum of insects. But it was strangely silent, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. At first, I brushed it off. Sometimes, weather patterns or predators can make animals go quiet. Maybe there was a bobcat or a bear nearby. I'd seen bears a couple of times, but usually they'd make enough noise or break branches so you'd know something large was around. This was different. It was more like everything had agreed not to make a sound. I walked for about 20 minutes deeper in, looking for that subtle branching path. The forest floor was covered in damp needles and leaves, so my steps were fairly quiet. I tried to keep my bearings, noting the slope of the land and a few oddly shaped trees that would help guide me back. Eventually, I found what looked like a narrow gap between ferns and younger saplings. It certainly wasn't a proper trail, just a thin path where maybe deer or elk had walked before. Branches brushed against my shoulders as I moved forward. I had to duck under low boughs and step over a few fallen trunks. As I got deeper, that weird sense of silence grew stronger. The air itself felt heavy, like before a thunderstorm, except the sky had been pretty clear when I started out. There was a strange dampness to the air, and I recall how the back of my neck felt prickly. It was the kind of feeling you get when you think someone's behind you, but when you turn around, there's no one there. After maybe another 10 minutes of careful walking, I came upon something odd. The ground was softer here, with patches of mud mixed in from the recent rain, and on that mud I saw footprints. They were huge. I'm about 6 feet tall, and at the time weighed around 180 pounds. My own boots made prints that were a bit less than a foot long, obviously. But these prints were easily twice the length of my foot and wider, with a clear shape that resembled a large human footprint, except much bigger. and with toes clearly outlined. There were no boot treads, obviously. It was bare. Seeing something like that made my brain do flips. You look at something that doesn't fit with what you know, and you start rationalizing. Maybe someone wore some weird novelty shoes. Maybe a big bear stepped funny. But bears don't leave footprints like that. They have claws, and you can see their paw pads. These looked unmistakably like giant human-like footprints. My heart started beating a bit faster. I'd heard local stories, people hinting at strange things in the woods, but I never took any of that seriously. I was just out looking for a quiet place to enjoy nature. Yet here I was, staring at a trackway of these big, heavy prints, going off deeper into the forest. The stride was long, too, much longer than mine. I decided to follow them, but carefully. I told myself I'd just follow for a bit, see where they led, and if I got spooked, I'd turn back. The deeper I went, the more I noticed that even the undergrowth seemed disturbed by something big passing through. Ferns were pushed aside, some smaller branches snapped at about chest height. Whatever made those tracks was tall. I'm not a tracker by profession or anything, but I've spent a fair amount of time in the woods. I can tell when something large has moved through. This wasn't just a random animal. It had a path. It seemed to be moving with purpose. Eventually, I ended up in a small clearing. Clearing might be too generous a word. It was more like a slightly more open space where a few large trees had fallen, letting in enough light so I could see without straining my eyes. The ground was covered in moss and soaked leaves, and I remember that faint smell of rot and fungus that comes from old wood decomposing. I stood there for a moment, just listening, trying to pick up any sound at all, but it was still dead quiet. Not a single bird call. Nothing. I don't know what exactly made me look to the left, but there, about maybe 20 feet away, partially hidden behind the trunk of a massive cedar, I saw something move. It was large. Honestly, large doesn't even do it justice. This thing towered above me. It was hunched a bit, but I'm guessing if it stood fully upright, it would clear 8 feet easily. It was covered in dark, matted hair. Not fur that looked like a bear's coat. This looked more like thick strands of hair, uneven in length. I only saw it from the side at first. Its arm was wrapped partway around the tree trunk, which was easily 2 feet in diameter. Its hand, because it looked like a hand, had long fingers that curled around the bark. I remember noticing how the fingers seemed too long, almost like they could wrap all the way around the trunk. I froze. My heart felt like it jumped up into my throat. My legs almost gave out right there. I couldn't form a proper thought. It's like my mind went blank, except for one loud refrain. That's not a bear. That's not a bear. I must have been holding my breath. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel something like a pressure in my chest. It's strange, but I had this overwhelming feeling that it knew I was there, that it had known for a while. I think it had been watching me from behind that trunk, waiting to see what I would do. Then it moved again, shifting its weight. It leaned out a bit so I could see more of its face. Its head was shaped oddly, somewhat conical towards the top, with a thick brow ridge and deep-set eyes. I remember its eyes reflecting the dim light, almost like a faint glow, but not like an animal with night vision. More like I was seeing a reflection of something I can't quite describe. The eyes weren't the dull eyes of a dumb animal. They looked intelligent, aware, and curious, maybe wary. The skin around the eyes looked leathery and dark, not covered in hair. Its nostrils flared slightly. It must have been smelling me. The mouth line was thin, almost human-like, but just a bit off. I tried to swallow, but my throat was dry. I could feel my pulse in my ears. Every hair on my body was standing up. I wanted to run, but I was also afraid that running might trigger it to chase me. So I just stood there, shaking slightly, and tried to look as non-threatening as possible. I even thought about raising my hands slowly, like you do when you encounter a wild animal and want to show you're not a threat. But I was too terrified to move. Suddenly, it made a sound. It wasn't a roar or a scream like you hear in those supposed Bigfoot calls people talk about. It was more like a deep, resonant grunt, very low-pitched, almost vibrating. I felt it in my chest. That sound alone nearly made me bolt, but I somehow kept still, just shifting one foot back slowly. That's when I realized the entire forest still hadn't made a single other sound. It was just me and this thing. I took another slow step back. It narrowed its eyes slightly and tightened its grip on the tree trunk. I got the impression it wanted me gone, but wasn't sure if I was going to be a problem. I didn't look down at the ground because I didn't want to break eye contact, but I tried to keep my posture calm. Another step back. My boot pressed into some wet leaves, making a slight squish. That's when it bared its teeth, not like a snarl, but more of a grimace. The teeth were not fangs, not like a predator's, but they were large and looked strong, slightly yellowish. That was enough. I kept moving backward, slowly, trying not to trip. After a few more steps, I guess it decided I wasn't worth chasing or whatever it was afraid I might do. It moved in a sudden blur, faster than something that size should be able to move, and disappeared behind the cedar and into the darker part of the forest. I could see branches swaying as it passed, but it made surprisingly little noise. I didn't wait around. The moment it was out of sight, I turned and retraced my steps as fast as I could without running headlong into a tree. My heart was hammering, and my mind was racing with thoughts. What the hell was that? How can something that large move so quietly? I stumbled over a root at one point and nearly fell. My knee hit the ground, and I scraped my palm, catching myself. I remember the sharp pain and how it almost didn't matter. All I could think about was putting distance between me and that clearing. I went off the path once and had to circle back, panicked, trying to find my markers. Eventually, I recognized a mossy stump I'd passed and found my way back to the original faint trail, then back towards where I'd parked. The silence began to lift a little as I got closer to the logging road. I started hearing distant birds again, just a couple of chirps, but it was like something had been holding the entire forest in a vice grip, and now it was letting go. By the time I saw my truck, my heart rate had lowered slightly, but my nerves were still shot. I remember fumbling the keys, dropping them once on the gravel, looking behind me every few seconds to make sure I wasn't being followed. There was nothing there, just the quiet forest. But I could still feel that thing's presence, like a stain left behind in my mind. When I finally got into the truck and locked the doors, as if that would help, I just sat there for a minute, breathing hard. My shirt was damp from sweat, my legs felt weak, and my hands were shaking. I started the engine and got the hell out of there, driving carefully on that rough road until I hit the main one. The whole way back into town, I kept replaying it in my mind. I tried to reason it out. It must have been a bear, but I knew bears. I'd seen enough of them to know they don't look like that. And I'd never seen a bear's face look so human-like, nor stand so tall on two legs without dropping to all fours at some point. Besides, those footprints were clearly not bear tracks. And the way it moved, silent and powerful, no bear moves like that. Once I got home, I took a long shower, trying to wash off the feeling of dread. I debated telling someone, maybe the local sheriff or one of my friends. But I knew exactly what they'd say. They'd think I was either joking or losing it. Small towns run on gossip, and the last thing I wanted was to be known as the guy who saw a monster in the woods. The community was tight-knit, and I didn't want to be an outcast. So I kept my mouth shut. I tried to convince myself maybe it was just a trick of the light, or some weird hermit wearing animal skins. But deep down, I knew what I saw. It wasn't just a strange moment in the forest. It was something else, something I can't easily categorize. For a few weeks after that, I didn't go hiking alone. I stuck to places where I might run into other people. Walking the well-trodden trails around the outskirts of the community, I felt safer. Yet I also felt a loss. Part of what I loved about that area was the sense of freedom and untouched wilderness. Now I knew it wasn't just untouched by civilization. There was something else living there, something that preferred to remain unseen. It changed the way I looked at those woods forever. Eventually, I moved away from that area. Work and life took me elsewhere. But I never forgot that day. It's now been over 2 decades, and I still think about it whenever I'm in a forest. If I smell damp earth and notice a sudden silence, my heart starts to race again. I can't help but scan the shadows, looking for movement, looking for a tall, dark figure watching me from behind a trunk. A few times over the years, I've read stories online, people talking about Bigfoot sightings, hairy giants in the Pacific Northwest woods. Some details line up. The silence, the footprints, the eyes that seem too intelligent. Usually, I just shake my head and scroll on, not daring to add my own experience. Because what would I say that wouldn't make me sound crazy? But their stories make me feel less alone in what I saw, more convinced that I'm not just imagining it. I think about its eyes the most. That curious, intense look. It didn't seem mindless. It didn't charge at me or behave like a rabid animal. It was more like it was evaluating me, trying to decide if I was a threat or maybe just something insignificant. In that moment, I felt small and vulnerable in a way I never had before. I was in its world, and it set the rules. Sometimes I wonder what it was doing there. Maybe it was just passing through, looking for food or checking out territory. Maybe it lives out there, hidden in those thick forests, moving deeper into uncharted areas whenever humans get too close. The forests in Washington are vast, old, and layered with countless places no one ever steps foot in. It's not impossible that something could remain mostly undiscovered, as wild as that sounds. After the encounter, I started noticing small details around town. A few folks hinted at strange things out in the woods. I overheard conversations in the diner about weird noises or strange smells, but no one outright claimed to see what I saw. It was always, "My cousin said," or "A friend of my brother once heard." I never chimed in. I just listened, sipped my coffee, and felt my chest tighten. Even now, all these years later, recalling this in such detail makes my skin crawl. That day is burned into my memory. Every time I see a documentary or a mockumentary about Sasquatch, I get this uneasy feeling. People laugh it off, talk about hoaxes and men in suits. But I know what I saw wasn't a guy pulling a prank. The sheer size, the way it moved, the look in its eyes. No human could replicate that. And what would a prankster be doing so deep off the beaten path, leaving giant footprints and lurking behind a tree? It doesn't make sense. There's no big ending to this story, no grand revelation. After I backed away and it vanished, that was it. I never saw it again. I didn't hear any distant roar or snapping of branches chasing after me. It was just gone. The forest went back to normal eventually. Life moved on, and I just kept quiet. The world didn't change, but I did. I learned that maybe not everything is mapped out and understood. Maybe there are things we don't talk about because we're afraid no one will believe us, or we're afraid of what it would mean if they did. I also sometimes think about how it ended so quietly. 1 second it was there, the next second gone. I left, and nothing followed me. It's like it allowed me to go, like it had the upper hand the whole time and decided I wasn't worth bothering with. It leaves me feeling strangely grateful and terrified at the same time. Grateful that it didn't hurt me, terrified that it could have if it wanted to. That's all there is to it. I saw something that day that I can't fully explain. I suppose I'm writing this now, years after the fact, just to put it out there, to make sense of it on my own terms. Anyone who reads this can take it or leave it. Believe me or don't. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just laying it out as I remember it, as clearly as I can. I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. The fear, the shock, the sense of stepping into a world I wasn't supposed to see. I've been out into other forests since then, in other states. I still enjoy nature, but I'm never as relaxed as I used to be before 1999. There's always that nagging feeling in the back of my mind, that memory of dark, matted hair and intelligent eyes behind a cedar trunk, the massive footprints in the mud, and the complete silence that wrapped around us like a heavy blanket. I've never encountered anything like that again, but once was enough. I guess some mysteries just stay with you. The day began like any other simple Saturday, me looking for a new trail and a quiet place to be alone with my thoughts. It ended with me questioning what I know about the world. And ever since then, I've avoided that part of the forest. If anyone goes there now, maybe they find nothing. Maybe the creature moved on. Or maybe it's still there, watching quietly from the shadows, deciding what to do if anyone stumbles into its domain again. I'll never know. All I know is what happened to me on that one day, deep in those Washington woods in 1999. It changed my life, and I still don't have an explanation. It just happened, and then it stopped, as if it never was. But I know it was real. I can feel it in my bones, even now. Story 17. I still remember that morning in 2015 more clearly than any other day of my life, even though a lot of time has passed since then. It was early, probably around 6 a.m., and the sun was just starting to rise over the dense tree line near Jasper, Washington. Back then, I lived in a small place just outside of town, a quiet, unassuming spot where the forest basically wrapped around my back porch. I used to go running on the trails behind my house before work. It cleared my head, helped me deal with all the crap going on in my personal life at the time. There's something about that routine. Lace up my shoes, step onto the familiar dirt path, feel the morning air hitting my face, and let my thoughts drift as I navigated roots and rocks. It was my time to get away from everything. That particular morning, I set out like any other day. It was still kind of dim, the sky a pale grey rather than blue, but I could see well enough. The birds usually started their songs before I even got outside, but that day their calls felt scattered, quieter than normal. I told myself maybe it was just one of those weird shifts in nature, or maybe I just hadn't fully woken up. I ignored it. I always took the same route, down a short slope from my backyard, through a patch of thick ferns, and onto a narrow trail that cut deep into a section of forest. Normally, the soft crunch of pine needles under my running shoes was comforting, and I'd find a rhythm, but that day felt off right from the start. As I went deeper into the woods, the usual forest noises began to fade. I can't say exactly when I noticed it, but at some point the sound of birds just vanished. Even the faint rustle of leaves seemed to hush. It was like the entire forest had taken a deep breath and was holding it. I slowed to a jog, then stopped altogether, looking around, trying to understand what had changed. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. An odd, tense silence hung around me. I couldn't even hear distant traffic or the gentle rushing of a small creek that usually trickled nearby. It was as if the world had pressed the mute button. Then I saw it. Up ahead, where the trail curved slightly around a cluster of thick pines, I caught sight of something large. At first I thought it might be a bear standing upright because I saw a dark, hulking shape. But it wasn't shaped right. Its shoulders were broad and squared, the arms too long, and it was standing there as if it were comfortable on two legs. Bears can stand on their hind legs, sure, but they usually drop back down pretty quickly. This thing was different. It didn't drop down. It didn't move like a bear at all. I remember my chest tightening, my mouth going dry. I stopped breathing for a second. I blinked, hoping I was misinterpreting a stump or a tree trunk. But no, it moved. It shifted slightly to the side as if to get a better look at me, and I realized it was covered in hair. Dark, maybe brown or black, hard to tell in that light. And it was tall, very tall. I'd guess over 7 feet. It was muscular, bulky, but not in a cartoonish way. It looked solid and real. I just stood there, 1 foot half lifted off the ground, too scared to complete a step. My mind was racing, trying to put a name to what I was seeing, but nothing made sense. It had a kind of face under all that hair. I couldn't see details clearly from that distance, but I remember it had a brow ridge and deep-set eyes. There was no snout like a bear, no long ears like a wolf. This was something else, something I didn't want to believe existed. My chest felt tight, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. I let out a shallow exhale and tried to keep my composure, but my heart was pounding so loud I swore it could hear it. Then it made a sound. It wasn't a roar like you'd expect from a large animal. It was deeper, almost like a low growl mixed with a grunt, but it resonated through the silent forest in a way I'll never forget. That sound hit me in the gut, told me to run, told me that I shouldn't be there. I didn't need another sign. The moment that sound reached my ears, I turned and bolted. I'm not proud of how I reacted, but who the hell would stand their ground in that situation? I ran like my life depended on it, and maybe it did. As I sprinted back up the trail, I heard heavy footsteps behind me, branches snapping. I can't even express how terrifying that was, to know something that large, something that didn't fit into any normal category of animal, was chasing me. I heard its steps thumping the ground, each stride sounding like it covered more distance than I could in 3. My lungs burned from the sudden burst of speed. I tried not to trip on the uneven ground. I pushed myself, dodging between trees, feeling the underbrush scrape my legs. I knew these trails well, which was probably the only reason I didn't fall flat on my face. Still, my body wanted to freeze in panic, but I forced myself to move. At some point, the sound of it crashing through the forest got fainter. I don't know if it slowed down, or if I just managed to put some distance between us by taking a familiar shortcut. My backyard was not far. I kept thinking, if I can just get back to the house, maybe I can lock the door. Maybe it'll go away. It's stupid, but in that moment, my home felt like a fortress in my mind. Houses mean safety, right? I guess I just needed something to cling to. When I finally broke out of the tree line and into my backyard, I didn't even glance over my shoulder. I slammed into my own back door, practically fell inside, and locked it behind me. My chest heaved. I stumbled into the kitchen, hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the counter. The first thought that came to my head was my dad's old rifle. It was an antique he kept for sentimental reasons, but it worked. I grabbed it from the closet in the hallway, fumbled with the ammunition. I had shot it a few times before. I'm not a hunter, but my dad had taught me the basics long ago. My hands were slick with sweat, and it took me way too long to load the damn thing. But I managed. Then I stood by the window in my living room, just a crack in the curtain letting me peek out. I tried to slow my breathing, tried to make sense of what just happened. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? There's something about witnessing something so far outside your realm of normal that your brain tries to rationalize it away. Maybe it was a weird illusion. Maybe it was a guy in a costume, though that made no sense. Who would be out there at dawn, dressed like that, chasing me? No, it was real. The fear and the sound of the branches breaking wasn't my imagination. I stood there waiting, rifle clutched tight against my chest. Minutes passed. The whole forest outside seemed dead. No wind, no birds, no squirrels. Nothing. Just utter silence. I started to think maybe it wasn't going to show up, maybe it had lost interest. But then, near the edge of my property, something moved between the trees. I saw a large shape again. It was lower this time, crouched or partially hidden by shrubbery. I caught a glimpse of something that looked like a large, dark mass shifting from tree to tree. I couldn't see its face, just the silhouette, but I knew it was the same thing. My heart hammered. I tried not to make any noise, even though I was inside and it was out there. I felt like if I even breathed too loudly, it would know exactly where I was. Time dragged painfully. I watched as it circled around, never fully stepping into the open yard. It seemed to be testing the boundaries, looking for a way in, or maybe just confirming what I was. The tension was unreal. I imagined it sprinting up to my window and smashing through the glass. Imagined trying to line up a shot with shaking hands. I remember sweat trickling down my temple, my throat drying up, my heart racing so fast I almost felt nauseous. It got closer at one point, so close I could see its eyes reflecting a bit of the light from inside my house. 2 faint glints hovering in the darkness. That was the worst part for me. Seeing those eyes. They weren't animal eyes like a deer's, which reflect strongly and appear almost hollow. They looked alert, focused. They stared right back at me as if it knew I was behind that curtain. I froze, praying that it would lose interest. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me inside, barely breathing, it outside, stalking around in the gloom of the forest's edge. 5 minutes? 10? More. It felt like hours. Eventually, I heard it move off. I heard heavy footsteps fading, branches rustling softly as it retreated. I didn't dare move from my spot. I think I stood there until my legs started to cramp and my hands were sore from gripping the rifle. Only when I was absolutely sure it was gone did I step away. Even then, I was afraid it would return. I circled my house, checking every door and window, making sure everything was locked. My home is pretty simple. A living room that leads into the kitchen, 2 bedrooms off a short hallway, and a bathroom. I looked at each window carefully, expecting to see that face peering back. Nothing. Just the dim morning light, the normal view of trees, and the corners of my yard. Eventually, I moved away from the windows and sat down on the floor of my living room. I was shaking, actually trembling with adrenaline and fear. I tried calling the local sheriff's office, but my cell signal was crap inside my house. I got up, went to the front porch, and carefully stepped out with my rifle in hand. I didn't dare go far. I just needed better reception. Outside, it was eerily quiet. The sun was getting brighter, and I thought maybe other people would be awake soon. The idea of human activity nearby was comforting. I got through to the sheriff's office. I tried to keep it together and simply said I needed to report something unusual. I didn't go into too much detail right there on the phone, partly because I didn't know what to say without sounding insane. They told me to come in if I felt unsafe or if I had something serious to report. I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't just let this go. So I locked up my house, kept the rifle in my truck, and drove into town. That drive was surreal. The normal scenery of my neighborhood, the calm streets, made everything that just happened feel like a fever dream. I kept checking my rearview mirror as if that thing might be sprinting down the road after me, but of course it wasn't. By the time I reached the sheriff's office, my hands were still shaking. I forced myself to calm down. Inside, I tried to explain what had happened. I remember stumbling over my words, calling it a large, hairy something. I must have looked genuinely distressed because the sheriff, a gray-haired man with tired eyes, didn't immediately dismiss me. He listened quietly, arms folded. I told him I was chased while running, that it wasn't a bear, that I wasn't hallucinating. I could see the skepticism in his expression, but he didn't outright call me a liar. He just said something like, "We have had strange reports over the years, but never anything confirmed. We can send someone out to look around." I felt a weird mix of relief and frustration. Relief that he didn't laugh me out the door, frustration that I knew they probably wouldn't find anything. The forest is huge and dense. An animal like that, if that's even what it was, could slip away easily. Still, what could I do? I tried to stay calm. I even offered to show them where it happened, but I really didn't want to go back there myself. Not that day. The sheriff just nodded slowly and said they'd send a deputy to have a look, but without proof there wasn't much else they could do. I left feeling hollow and exhausted. Driving back home was rough. I kept replaying the morning's events in my head. I tried to find some rational explanation, but I came up empty. A bear doesn't stand like that, doesn't have that face, doesn't circle your home in silence. I parked in my driveway, just sitting in the truck for a while, scanning the tree line behind my house. Nothing moved, no sound. It was getting toward midday by now, and normally you'd hear animals, see birds hopping around, squirrels on the fence. Instead, everything felt muted, like the forest was holding its breath all over again. Eventually I got out, rifle in hand, and went inside. I made sure everything was locked up tight. The rest of that day passed in a haze. I kept expecting to hear heavy footsteps outside or see that silhouette lurking at the window. I even considered packing a bag and staying at a friend's place in town, but I wasn't thinking straight. Instead, I just paced around my living room, occasionally peeking through the blinds. It never showed up again, not that day. At one point, I forced myself to walk around my house and check the yard in broad daylight. Nothing looked disturbed, no footprints or broken branches near the edge of the yard, at least not where I dared to look. But I didn't want to go too deep into the woods again. Not after what happened. Just standing at the tree line made my stomach twist. I tried telling a close friend about it later that afternoon, when I finally got enough courage to reach out. I kept it vague, just said I saw something big, maybe a Bigfoot, and that it had chased me back home. The friend chuckled nervously, said maybe I saw a bear and panicked. I could hear the disbelief in his voice. I didn't blame him. I wouldn't have believed me either the day before. But the memory was fresh, raw, and real to me. I could still smell the damp earth from the trail, still hear that low growl it made, still feel the absolute terror that froze me when I first spotted it. I spent the evening double-checking my doors and windows, leaving a few lights on, even though I normally don't. I remember sitting in my living room, the rifle leaning against the wall, the TV on with the volume low, just for some semblance of normalcy. I was waiting for something else to happen, footsteps on the porch, a shadow crossing my backyard, but the night just passed uneventfully. At some point, I must have dozed off on the couch, my heart still beating fast even in my sleep. When I woke up the next morning, everything was calm, like the world had pressed play again after being paused. Birds were singing outside, and the forest sounded alive once more. I felt a massive sense of relief, as if I'd somehow imagined everything, but I knew I hadn't. The memory was too vivid, too intense. The old rifle in the corner reminded me it wasn't a dream. I never went back to that exact spot on the trail, never tried to retrace my steps to find evidence. Maybe I should have, but I couldn't bring myself to walk back into that silence. The idea of seeing that thing again, or even just the remnants of its presence, sent a cold shiver down my spine. I did check in with the sheriff a few days later. He said they had a deputy look around but found nothing unusual. No strange footprints, no signs of an animal nesting nearby. He shrugged and said if anything else happened, I should let them know. I could tell he didn't know what to make of my story. It probably ended up as some odd note in their records, another local legend. Jasper is surrounded by dense forests and mountains, and from time to time, people claim to see weird things out there. No one ever brings back solid proof. Over the following weeks, I changed my running routine. I started running later in the morning when the sun was high and other people might be out and about. Sometimes I'd run along the edge of town rather than deep into the woods. My love for nature didn't vanish, but my trust in those quiet, hidden places definitely took a hit. Every time I step onto a trail now, even if it's a well-populated area, I can't help scanning the shadows between trees, looking for something that shouldn't be there. I never told many people about this, just one or two close friends who probably think I was just freaked out by a bear or got spooked by some trick of the light. But the fear I felt that morning can't be explained away. I know what I saw. I know what chased me. The way it moved, the way it observed me. It wasn't random. It felt like it was assessing me, deciding whether I was a threat or prey. That still sends chills through me. I don't know if there are more of them, if it was just passing through, or if it lives out there, hidden by the thick trees and moss-covered logs. But it's been years, and I've never had another encounter like that. Sometimes I wonder if it was just some kind of freak, one in a million chance, a creature that people talk about but never really expect to see. But I'm absolutely sure about one thing. It was real. When I think about it now, my heart still picks up speed. I can still feel the crushing silence of the forest, the absence of birdsong, the snap of branches under heavy footsteps. I can see those eyes shining at the edge of my property, and I can hear that low, rumbling sound it made before it charged. Those memories aren't going anywhere. I wish I had a neat ending, some conclusion that makes sense of it all. But I don't. It just happened and then stopped, as quickly as it began. One minute I was a guy going for a normal morning run, and the next I was being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. After that day, life went on. Bills needed paying, chores needed doing, work needed attending. The world didn't stop just because I saw something impossible. So I tried to move on too. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see, that maybe these forests hold secrets we don't fully understand. Most people laugh at stories of Bigfoot or strange creatures in the woods. I would have too, before that morning. But now, every time I tie my shoes and step out for a run, I carry that memory with me. I run with more caution, listening to the forest, paying attention to shifts in sound and silence. I know what it feels like when the woods themselves seem to hold their breath, and I know what lurks in that quiet is nothing I ever want to meet again. To this day, I have no proof. No one else saw it. The sheriff found nothing. My friend didn't believe me, and I never tried to prove it to anyone. Part of me thinks it's better that way. Some things are better left undiscovered. If I had pushed further, maybe I'd have gotten myself into serious trouble. Maybe I wouldn't be here telling this story now. So I accept it for what it was, a moment in time that shook my understanding of the world, terrified me beyond reason, and then vanished as if it never happened. But it did happen, and I'll never forget.